Uh, Good morning. Yeah. You're, Me streaming early isn't just screwing you; it's screwing me. I slept weird. Well, okay, I slept okay. I got like 6.5 hours, but still, wish I got a little more. I'd planned to go to bed at like 10, but ended up going to bed at like 12. I couldn't sleep funny. But I'm here. Chapter's almost out. I think it's almost out. I hope it comes out. I would hate to have streamed early or they moved it for some fucking reason. That would be down. Yeah, that would suck. Luckily, I got some tea, so that's helping. What does this cup say? World's greatest son. Oh, thanks, honey. Oh my god, my throat. I didn't even know it said that. I was just like, oh, what does that say? Hope you survive those long streams. I'll be fine. Once I get into my groove, I'm good to go. Once I get into the groove, I'm fine. Oh, see, the part that sucks is like I have so much stuff I'm like editing, and I wanted to upload some stuff, and then just never happened. Never happened. That's the part that hurts the most, you know. That's why I'm trying to get my sleeping schedule in order so I can actually like do this stuff. Because like step one, sleep better so you can actually edit and have the energy to edit. Otherwise, it's rough, you know. I already work a full time job, so you know it's kind of rough editing stuff. So that's why I'm trying to sleep better, so that way I have energy after the job to edit things for you guys. But you know, it's not easy. Anywho, let's see if the chapter's out. Hell yeah, brother. And it's mommy. The girlfriend and the school bag. Does he run into Chizuru at school? Okay. Now, will mommy recognize him or won't she? This is going to be the interesting part. Will mommy even recognize him? Mommy-chan. Oh, interesting. Mommy-chan. Kazu-kun. She did recognize him. Crap, I shouted in public. Oh, why is Mommy-chan here at a driving school? Is it just a coincidence? Okay, so she did notice him. She did notice him. She knew exactly who he was. That's kind of cool. I love that. I love that. Like, that shows that Mommy is like actually super aware of Kazuya, that even though he changed physically, she can recognize him. This is the thing I was wondering, you know, and I actually had a theory that she would know who she is, right? It just made sense she would know who he is. Is it just a coincidence? Is such a thing even possible? Actually, I haven't talked to her since that one time, right? She said he's not her boyfriend. It's hard to talk about it though. Well, it's probably best not to ask about this stuff. He conveniently forgot about the call, huh? Kazuya conveniently forgot about the call, huh? I'd just be a creep if I asked too many questions. Oh, what a coincidence. Are you here for a license too? Hmm. Yeah. God, she's still acting like this. Yeah, that's it. How short. She's definitely acting strange. But yeah, she's just here for her license. Well, it would be pretty useful for her job hunting. If you need it. If you need it, then it's better to get it when you have time, sooner than later. If we're both living in the city, I guess it's bound to happen. And we're both third years to bump into each other. This is my first day here. How many days has it been for you, Mommy-chan? Are you almost done? It's my first day too. Dude, this is some fate shit. And that's my name. I'm so excited. Yeah, this is incredible. Really? What are the chances, huh? This is funny. I can hardly believe it. She's not laughing at all. Hmm. If you're here for the 10 o'clock introductory lesson, please assemble in the classroom 3 on the second floor. I think it's really interesting how, if you compare Mommy's reaction to Kazuya and how Mommy is speaking, identical to Chizuru. Identical to Chizuru. It's actually jarring. I'm not kidding. It's the way Kazuya speaks, the way Mommy reacts. Literally, this is just Chizuru. And that's by design. That's 100% by design. It's because the person Kazuya was on a date with in in the date to Joypolis was Mami, not Chizuru. Chizuru thought she was being haunted by Ruka. She was actually being haunted by Mami. And Kazuya literally doesn't, like, realize this. Grr. Gah. Yep. Yeah, Kazuya totally changed and became a completely different person. Reiji self-inserted into this totally. You may keep the vehicle assignment card that was handed out, but the training records, yeah, look at how far apart they are. Kazuya is like all the way here, Mami's all the way there, and Mami's intentionally highlighted. Reiji does this to highlight like specific characters he wants to stand out, and you see the highlight around Mami, right? He puts the white highlight. But the training record book cannot be taken outside the premises. Please be sure to return it to the designated case. There's a little symbolism here in particular. Return this thing. You can't actually take it, right? Symbolically, that's a mirror to Rental itself and a mirror to Mami herself, right? You can date Mami, but she is imprisoned. She is, taken. So she can't actually ever be in a relationship as a direct mirror to Rental. So this is actually in some ways paralleling her character. Mm-hmm. Man, this is impossible. I can't focus at all. Never thought I'd see her here. Just being in the same room as her makes this awkward. The driving school. Hey, look, she's wicked cute. She's got to be a model, right? Maybe I'll chat her up on the way out. Wait a second. This is a sight to behold. She's like a princess standing out in the dreary driving school atmosphere. It's like looking through a castle window in the otherwise male-ridden classroom. Bro, Mami is now being called a princess. And the funny part is, she's a literal princess. Chizuru is referred to as a moon princess, of all things. Nagomi literally calls her a princess. This is so thematically fitting. Like, holy shit. Her slender body, yet soft-like looking skin. She knows how to present herself in the early summer. Her family looked like they had a lot of money. Not that I'd know. If she were driving a fancy car, that'd make perfect sense. Huh. Actually, it seems like she really came here to take the class by herself. That's a pretty responsible thing for her to do for her future. Why is Mami actually taking this course, I wonder? Stop it. What am I thinking about? What am I thinking about this for? Focus on class. Focus on class. I'm going to fail. I'm so stupid. Now then, let's watch an example. Still living in fantasy, are we? Now she looks at him. Right? The moment Kazuya stops looking at her, she looks at him. How fitting. I see. I'm supposed to choose my preferred days for classes on this form. With all the hands on, this is going to take a while. I'll be set back 5 days if I forget classes even once. Can't really manage my schedule. Can I really manage my schedule? I'm busy with job hunting and my work. I've already calculated that I'll be ready in a month and a half, though. Well, I guess this is it. I've got to be careful not to mess up my job hunting. Kazu-kun. Mami-chan, what's up? Did you finish filling out your schedule for the classes? Oh, yeah, pretty much. See? Can I take a picture? She wants to know his schedule. Huh? Yeah, sure, okay. Feel free. Click, 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 click. Multiple shots. Oh, she took a lot of shots. Thanks. It's totally, completely fine. Overzealous. Wait, why'd she take a picture? That's it for class today. Want to head out together? Sure. She took a picture of my schedule. That was really unnecessary. Was that really necessary? The only thing I can think of is that she's trying to match her days with mine. Or did she just want to use it as a reference? It was only an hour, but that was kind of exhausting, huh? You think so? I feel fine. Oh, I see. No, there's one more possibility. She wants to avoid my days so that she doesn't see me again. Okay, I've got to go here. Okay, be careful. He says that as they're separating. See, this is the thing about Kazuya that's fascinating. This is the thing about Kazuya. Look at my sweet harmless bean. Right? Everybody's like so terrified of Mommy. She's totally harmless now. She's literally been defanged. Mommy's literally been defanged. No, Jaws is actually not lost in the sauce. She's literally been defanged. Mommy is like actually fucking powerless right now. But the sad thing about Kazuya is that you can see it in this exact dialogue that even now he's still doing the thing where, they don't like me. He's still doing the thing that they don't like me because he doesn't actually like himself. He looks for the worst case possibility. He literally says exactly what Mommy's doing. He knows what she's doing, but because he has so much self-loathing, he says this. But Kazuya has changed how he phrases it, specifically because he doesn't he makes it indirect. He makes it kind of indirect, so he's not really blaming himself. He's like, no, this is a logical assumption, right? He frames it like a logical assumption to convince himself, and he's been doing that a lot. He literally is doing this with Chizuru. Why does he still care for Mommy? Well, there's a lot of reasons. We'll get into it a little bit later. It seemed awkward the whole time. I don't blame her. She hates me. She hates me. That's one key reason. Mommy hates him. In particular, Kazuya blames himself for Hawaiians. So that's one reason. Kazuya doesn't have feelings for Mommy, but he's confused on who he is. So he wants to reclaim whatever it is that he has lost. And Mommy happens to be one of those things. That's why he cares for her. The reason Kazuya suddenly cares a lot about Mommy when before he kind of didn't really give a shit is literally because Mommy is something he seemingly lost. And Kazuya has lost a lot, and he's trying to get that back by any means necessary. And so he keeps trying to get things back. He keeps having living dead relationships. He keeps having situations with Chizuru where it's it's real, but it's not real. And basically Kazuya is stuck in this infinite limbo of just him being struggling to change, pretty much. He's pretty much trapped in this mental limbo of wanting change and then looking for the worst case scenario, literally as a defense mechanism. It's literally his mind clashing with what he actually wants. Sorry, I gotta drink some tea. Oh, that's the good shit. Okay. She hates me. He remembered the phone call. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Mommy-chan tried calling me once before. Yeah, she did. Obviously, I couldn't answer because I was on a date with Mizuhara, though. Crap, I never called her back. What did she want? By the way, I'm sorry that I couldn't answer your call from before. Did you need something? You're not calling back. What was it about? Sorry for not calling back. Oh boy, here we go. Kazu-kun, do you still love me? I wasn't ready for that. I was not ready for that. I was not ready for that. Huh? Bro, this should remind you. This should remind you of Chizuru. Oh, this is so Chizuru. This is so Chizuru. Oh boy. And oh man, I love the shadows. I love the shadow work. I love the fucking shadow work. Bro, I love the shadow work. Reiji, my goat. Here we go again. No, dude, this is good. This is the kind of confrontation he needs. I totally expected another question, not that. I was expecting another question too. I like how direct this is. This is good. This is good. He needs confrontation. Kazuya's entire thing that people don't seem to realize is that one, he needs to feel pain. One, he needs to feel pain. Two, he needs to deal with confrontation. He needs fucking conflict. This is necessary conflict. Kazuya is not defining his relationship with Mommy. He's not defining his relationship with fucking anyone. Literally, that's Kazuya's entire fucking problem. He refuses to define his relationship with fucking anyone, right? So this is necessary, right? Literally, Kazuya needs to fucking deal with this shit, right? But at the same time, thematically speaking, that's also really good for Mami's character. It shows she's moving too. It shows she's actually trying to move too. This is like, people probably don't realize this. This is big for Mami's character. This is really big for her character, that she's trying to move, that she's trying to change, right? She's literally, in asking this question, she could thematically change this entire relationship between them. Not faking a smile yet again. Yeah, Mami has not been herself this entire time. This is a very Mami chapter, right? And thematically speaking, returning to the beginning, and this being chapter 400, perfect. This is such a perfect chapter 400. No Chizuru whatsoever. No Chizuru whatsoever, right? The only Chizuru we see, the one in Kazuya's head. The only Chizuru we see in Kazuya's head. Thematically, this is super fitting. Chizuru is not here, right? Chizuru is not here. Thematically, this is insanely fitting, as we have returned to zero. This chapter is literally a chapter of death and rebirth. This is literally this chapter. This is a chapter of death and rebirth, and that's the whole point. Thematically speaking, that's the whole idea. Also, this particular image should remind you of something. This particular spread should remind you of something. I think this should really get your fucking attention. Hmm. Huh. I'm sensing some parallels here. I am sensing some parallels here, right? Now, there's a bit of a difference. There is a bit of a difference. In particular, Mami is much more shadowed out. Chizuru is still visible. Chizuru is in shadows, but she's still visible. Mami is completely shadowed. Mami is completely shadowed. There is something more here. You said you said that Mami's behaving like Chizuru, perfectly pointed. She is. She literally is. And that's by design. Right? And Mami didn't even mention his hair at all. Yeah, isn't that weird? Isn't that weird? That Mami didn't mention Kazuya's hair whatsoever. Isn't that fascinating? Just, nope. Yep, that's normal. Right? Mami never even mentions Kazuya's hair. Isn't that weird? Mami's also way more shock, and Chizuru is way more emotional. Mami is a lot more in control. Mami and Chizuru have always been mirrors of each other. Kazuya, Taro hair theory still going strong. Yeah. Yeah, I pretty much said that. I was pretty much saying that in my earlier stream. Like, Kazuya literally has Toro's hair. Yeah, isn't that fascinating? That suddenly Kazuya changes his hair. And Mami, he runs into Mami, and then Mami suddenly asks him if he still loves him. And look at how they're gonna play into the self-insert narrative, right? Even though Reiji's been building this whole thing with Mami for a fucking while, right? But no. Now, people are gonna be like, oh, that's why Mami's into him now. He changed his hair, right? Yeah, oh, and the way she's standing, the way she looks, yeah. I think this is the most calm and collected I've seen her, right? And Mami's not acting. Mami is not acting. There's no mention of his hair. Nope. Not even once. Nothing. Isn't that fascinating? Isn't that interesting that Kazuya's hair is not mentioned once? Right? Kazuya had this entire thing about changing his hair, and Mami doesn't even mention it once. It's almost like the hair doesn't even matter. Right? Literally kind of like how Kazuya perceives like he doesn't matter. And that's a huge part because we don't actually see Mami's POV. Next chapter, we could probably hear Mami talking about the hair. right? Next chapter, we could probably hear Mami talking about the hair, right? Mami and Kazuya's history is coming into a resolution. Mami and Kazuya's history is going to be actually fucking explored. Something that's just has not been explored whatsoever. We don't really know their history besides what they've told us. We don't actually like know all that much besides the little bit that we've seen. They were dating for a month. The spoilers say next time is high defense mode. Yeah, I know Crumpy said he couldn't translate today, or not yet at least, but I'll send it to him regardless. They gave her a super cute picture here. Fucking the Japanese one gave her a super cute picture, and the English one gave her like this one. Look at the fucking contrast. Look at the fucking contrast. Adorable. Dead serious. Let's fucking go. Look, Mami locked in. Mami being a cutie patootie. That's so funny. Cutie patootie versus locked in. Oh. Interesting symbolism. 2 birds on a power line. Ooh, who caught this? Who caught this? 2 birds on a power line. This is a big deal. Why? This is a big deal. Why? Reiji has been showing power lines a lot lately. And what are power lines? They connect energy. And then you see 2 birds not flying. Right? They could fly. They're not flying. Sitting on a power line. This mirrors the characters. Literally 2 birds that are not flying. They're not actually free. Sitting on a power line. They could fly. They're choosing not to. Right? And in turn, they are connecting. And notice what the birds are doing. They're looking away from each other. The 2 birds are literally looking away from each other. Literally like the characters. What are they doing for most of this? Right? They're looking away. And don't they look like a cute couple? Right? Reiji's really leaning into this. Hey, don't Mami and Kazuya look like a cute couple? Don't they look like a cute couple? What's going on? Right? What's going on between Kazuya and Mami? And like, I get it. A lot of people are like, probably like, oh, Kazuya is just gonna reject her outright. But that's the thing. Kazuya's sense of identity is kind of falling the fuck apart. Whereas Chizuru is very clear about what she wants. Chizuru has a clear sense of identity. Kazuya, but she doesn't understand love. Kazuya, in contrast, does not have a clear sense of identity, but he does understand love. So, okay, he understands love. But how's he going to deal with this whole Mami thing? Because the thing is, Kazuya understands love, but he doesn't know what he wants. He you know, it's easy to say, okay, Kazuya wants Chizuru, right? It's easy to say, oh yeah, Kazuya wants Chizuru. And no shit, Sherlock. Of course he wants Chizuru. But Kazuya is being very weird when it comes to Mami. He is. That's just a fact, because Kazuya is so busy trying to reclaim everything that he's lost that he's not like making these smart decisions at all, right? This is chapter 400. Chizuru was supposed to be here. Nothing. There's literally no Chizuru. The only Chizuru we got, the one in Kazuya's head, right? It's literally Kazuya fantasizing. That's what we got. We didn't even get the real Chizuru, right? The Chizuru is not here at all. This is a completely Mami-centered chapter. However, the way Chizuru does appear is through the way Mami acts. Mami acts exactly like Chizuru. In that sense, even now, Chizuru is still haunting him. Even now, Chizuru is still haunting Kazuya, right? We may not have seen Chizuru, but she's here in spirit. Right? Mami seemingly embodies her. She is here in spirit. And I think thematically, that's really fitting. That Chizuru is not here, but she is here. All right. Doesn't this look like Kazuya and Chizuru? Shouldn't this be Kazuya and Chizuru for chapter 400? Right? And then 400, a already dead relationship being reborn, if you will. Right? Kazuya and Mami are now sharing classes. Right? And interesting, don't Umi and Chizuru share classes? Don't Umi and Chizuru share classes? Isn't that fascinating? Right? Chizuru set the ground very clear with Umi. Nope, I'm not interested. How's Kazuya going to handle this? Right? How is Kazuya going to handle Mami? There's no way Chizuru is not seeing them together looking like a couple in coming chapters. That's going to be interesting. I don't know. I don't know. And that's the thing. That's the thing. Kazuya literally heard Chizuru say, I can't forgive Mami-san. And he's still not thinking about that. He still refuses to process why the fuck Chizuru is mad at Mami. He has gotten so many goddamn signs. She's outright told him like twice. And he still refuses to fucking process it. He still refuses to sit down and process it. Why? Why does Kazuya refuse to process this? He does not want to. Kazuya simply doesn't want to process this. He doesn't want to think about this, right? I was talking about, so in my last stream, I talked a lot about how Kazuya is seemingly running away, right? But that's the thing. Running away is actually not necessarily solely bad, weirdly enough. I had the time to think about it and process it, right? Kazuya is running away right now, but on the same hand, because he's running away, because he's actually feeling this pain, it's better than being stagnant and doing nothing, right? It's better that he's actually moving than he is sitting down. And that's kind of the double-edged sword of like what's going on with Kazuya right now. On one hand, because Kazuya is feeling the pain and the anxiety and the conflict in certain aspects, like for example, the only reason he calls Chizuru at all is because of Umi. It's not really a choice he made. It's a choice made out of fear, right? But he called her all the same. He fucking did what he needed to. Sure, he acted out of fear, but at least he fucking called her. And that's how it's a double-edged sword. On one hand, Kazuya is not really acting because he actually believes this shit. But on the other hand, Kazuya is acting all the same. And that's kind of the important part of what's going on with Kazuya's character. He's kind of perfectly in that limbo. He's acting out of fear, yes, but he's getting what he needs to do done. And that's kind of the important part. He's actually getting what he needs to do done. The problem is, the real problem arises is he even doing this for himself? So, sure, Kazuya needs his license. Yeah, that's just a fact. He just needs this fucking license, right? He needs this. He needs a good job. He needs to go job hunting. He needs to do that stuff. The problem arises, is he even doing any of this for himself, right? Okay, cool. You get a job. Did you actually even want this job, right? What did you want to achieve with this job, right? You're just getting a job. Why are you getting this license? You're getting it because of your dad and you want to go on a date with Chizuru in a car. That's kind of really it. You're not actually getting it because you'll want to, but he does need the license, right? Because that is relevant to his future. Do you see how Kazuya is in that perfect limbo? How does this compare and contrast to Mami? This is where the interesting stuff arises. How does this compare and contrast to Mami's character? In particular, because Mami is in this exact same limbo, right? The difference is, it seems like Mami actually wants to break out of her limbo. Mami is pretty much stuck in the will they, won't they limbo. Mami is literally stuck in the will they, won't they limbo. She is. She's just kind of fucking trapped in this shit. She's also stuck in a limbo with her family, right? She's also stuck in a limbo with her family. Her Mami's entire existence is purely limbo. Why? She shows up, nothing fucking changes, and then she goes back to her little prison. Mami and Kazuya parallel each other. They're both existing in a Mami limbo. Mami has limited time. True. True. Mommy has limited time, right? And mommy's trying to take control of that time, right? But that's the thing. Mommy going to this driving school is in some ways trying to attain her freedom. Thematically, that's very in line with Kazuya, right? It makes a lot of sense because mommy is literally trapped in a prison. So her getting a license is in some ways her getting an aspect of freedom. She's not free though. That's the interesting part. She's still technically in that exact same limbo. Yeah, she's getting her license, but she's still trapped in her circumstances. The difference is when mommy asks this question, this is mommy trying to escape her circumstances, and whether this is about Kazuya or not is a whole other matter, right? Rather, it's about mommy using this opportunity. Mommy here was presented with an opportunity. It's that simple. And she seized it. She seized an opportunity. Luck is literally just a matter of opportunity and you seizing that opportunity. And mommy seized the opportunity, right? Okay. We clearly are not defining this. This is gonna keep being weird. I'm gonna ask. I'm just gonna ask if he has feelings for me, right? Whether she explains her own feelings is a whole other matter, right? So this is really interesting too, because thematically it kind of looks a lot like Umi. This entire thing it looks a whole lot like Umi and even Chizuru. Like even this, right? And here, both Kazuya and Chizuru are holding umbrellas. Chizuru says, "I think I may be in love with you." Mommy says, "Do you still love me?" Right? The visual is literally flipped. If you go to when Chizuru rejects Umi, right? Look at the visual here. There's a lot of parallels at play here, right? The structure of events, how they look. There's a lot of parallels at play here, and I think that's really fascinating. Reiji's playing directly into these parallels. Kanokari driving school, KDS. Ha 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 ha. Yeah. It is. Yeah, there's a this is so adorable. This is the cutest shit. Jaws, I kind of get it, bro. This is the cutest shit. This is genuinely the cutest shit. Fucking adorable shit. She is actually a cutie patootie. What the actual shit? And then she goes to lock the fuck in. This is so funny. From cutie patootie to lock the fuck in. He's mine, stay away. All yours. All yours. I'm okay for now. I'm okay. I just think this is the funniest shit. Literally so funny. I fucking love mommy. That's so funny. Cutie patootie, lock the fuck in. I gotta share this one. I gotta go to Twitter. Oh man. Okay, the link's not out. Okay, say that again. Okay. Cutie patootie, lock the fuck in. I'm sorry, that's so funny. That's so funny. She locked the fuck in. Mommy locked the fuck in. That's so funny. Cutie patootie. versus lock the fuck in. Locked in. I spelled patootie wrong. Cutie patootie versus locked in. That's so funny. I'm sorry. It's so fucking hilarious. She locked the fuck in. Mommy literally locked the fuck in. I sense a funny fate edit coming. Bro, get that chapter 401 thumbnail. Got his. Oh yeah, pretty much, right? Pretty much. Time to lock the fuck in. Okay, that woke me up. That woke me up. That's a good fucking joke. She's mine. Stay away. She got them Chizuru eyes. I told you. I've been saying she literally parallels Chizuru. Literally, mommy is paralleling Chizuru. That's the whole thematic idea. They really look like high school couple. Yeah, they kind of do. They really kind of do. It's because Kazuya and Mami's entire struggle narratively is from high school. A lot of the character struggles in the story directly tie to high school, and I think that's so fascinating that they're seemingly trapped by this time and they're trying to like escape it and or reclaim it in some way. So Mami pretty much had like literally her entire trauma stems in high school. Kazuya literally what is it? Kazuya literally didn't have the romantic high school life he wanted, and he tries to reclaim that. Chizuru didn't date anybody in high school. She was just focused on her dream, right? And in high school, you see how she was turning people down, even back then. And then you have Minnie, who is also has this entire backstory in her high school that she's not confronting or dealing with, right? And I think that's so fascinating that every character seemingly ties to high school in some way. Ruka is in high school. Sumi seemingly has a connection to some sort of high school. Sumi seems like she went to a fancy high school. But it doesn't seem like she has any traumas in high school or anything like that. I think Kazi has a tendency to not face everything that may bring trauma. He's okay with July 11th, not even asking Chizuru if this is true because it's comfortable. Just sweep it to the future and not face it now. Exactly. Kazi's entire narrative struggle right now is literally not confronting his trauma. But you have but it's a double-edged sword. Because Kazuya is running away, the fact that he's running is better than him just standing still. That's actually the issue with the cohabitation that people don't realize. A lot of the cohabitation is literally Kazuya just standing the fuck still, which is so much worse. Standing still and not doing anything is so much worse than running away. Because at least you're moving. At least you're fucking moving. And eventually, because you're moving, you're going to have to confront it and deal with it. But stagnation is so much worse. Literally, you can do worse than running away. And that's why, like, to me, for a while, I just couldn't figure out why the chapters, like, still felt good. And I'm like, okay, now I kind of get it. It's not just a big illusion. It's because there's actually something good there. An illusion can be a good thing. In its own ways, specifically because you're moving. But Kazuya is still lying to himself. Mami is not too different. I think Mami and Kazuya do parallel each other. And it seems like Mami is kind of in like an identical limbo, in my opinion. I think in some ways she's moving forward, but it's still kind of a lie. For a very, very simple reason. She asks this is okay, now it clicked for me. She asks Kazuya if he still loves her, which is a big move for Mami, but she doesn't share her feelings. Right? This is why she's in shadow and Kazuya is in light. This is why. She doesn't actually share her feelings. Right? Mami does not actually share her feelings here. That's why her shadow is deeper than Chizuru's. Right? Chizuru may be in shadows when she tells Kazuya, I may be in love with you, but she is visible. Mami is like completely in shadows because she's not sharing her feelings. She doesn't say I still have feelings for you, despite the fact that like Kazuya may not have feelings for her. No. She checks first if he has feelings for her, so she doesn't get hurt. Do you see how they parallel each other? Mami is trying to change the status quo, but she's still avoiding pain. But she's moving all the same. Do you see how it's a double-edged sword? It's literally identical to Kazuya's character, thematically speaking. She's changing the status quo, which is good, but she's not admitting her feelings outright. She's testing the waters. Great. Yes, exactly. She's literally testing the waters, but not confronting it outright. This is the thing with Mami's character. She's trying to change. Everybody in this story right now, narratively, right now, where we are, is trying to change. Everybody wants to change, they just don't know how to, right? Mami was stuck in a very similar stagnation as Kazuya, right? But can we blame her? Yeah, we kind of can. Yeah, we kind of can. Yeah. Right? We kind of can. We can totally kind of blame Mami just a little bit, just a wee bit. In particular because Mami did bad shit. Like, that's the thing. Mami, let's say, just, I doubt it. I fucking doubt it. Let's just say Mami and Kazuya get into some sort of relationship. It's not happening. The entire relationship is built on a false premise. Because she never told him what the fuck she did. That his entire trauma from Hawaiians is because of her. The horrendous shit she said about him to Chizuru. The way she gaslit and attacked Chizuru when he specifically asked her not to. Their entire relationship would be built solely on a lie. Right? That's just a fact. Never blame Mami. I'm sorry, Jaws. Reiji literally said Mami uses her trauma as an excuse. Mami is aware that her trauma is bad. I'm not saying you having trauma is the issue. I'm saying what you do with your trauma. And the fact is, in Hawaiians, Mami used her trauma as an excuse to attack them. She projected and used her trauma as an excuse and then had to look herself in the mirror. Now, Mami having trauma, that's a whole other matter. Paradise never happened. Hey, at least they're honest. At least they're honest with themselves. At least Jaws is honest with themselves. No, so like with Hawaiians, what makes it interesting is that Mami had to look herself in the mirror. But now that's the thing is, Mami has to kind of fucking deal with her issues. Mami has to actually literally deal with her issues. And now so does Kazuya. So Mami is trying to change here, right? And I think the irony is it's despite Kazuya, yet with Kazuya. Which thematically is kind of fitting, right? Thematically it's kind of fitting. It's despite Kazuya and with Kazuya. It's despite Kazuya because she's trying to change in her own ways. It's completely hinged on Kazuya because it's completely hinged on his reaction. Depending on what Kazuya says, this could either change their relationship in a very positive way for Mami or a very negative way for Mami, or just remain neutral, right? Or just remain neutral. And I doubt it would actually remain neutral. So this is where something really fascinating happens. Mami, the thing about Mami's issue here is that it's completely hinged on Kazuya's answer, not her own. Do you see how even in the question that she asks, she doesn't truly have autonomy? Do you see how for most of the chapter, if we go throughout most of the chapter, most of it is Mami reacting? Yes, she takes initiative here. But for most of the chapter, she's just reacting. Right? She's not being clear about her intent. Most of it is just her reacting. Yeah, she's surprised, fair enough. Right? Mommy's clearly like fucking in love, right? And she's trying to be honest with her feelings, but she's not being super direct with him until the very, very end, where she asks him this question, but even then it's hinged solely on on Kazuya's reaction, right? Huh, I just realized. What do you see here? I just realized. What do you see here? Even in his imagination, Chizuru's wearing the rental braid. And suddenly, Kazuya can visualize the rental braid very, very clearly. Suddenly, Kazuya can realize their rental braid very, very clearly. One thing that you'll notice, whenever Kazuya remembers the braid, he forgets what it looks like. And then suddenly, he can remember it very clearly. And it just so happens when he's fantasizing. What is rental but a fantasy? The fantasy is literally real. That parallels with him calling her Mizuhara. So Mizuhara is another one of those cases of a double-edged sword, right? It's another one of those cases of a double-edged sword. I think that's the thing. Not everything in this story. Everything in this story has a double meaning. Everything in this story has a double meaning, and you have to kind of explore that. For instance, Kazuya calling her Mizuhara is a double thing. Why? Well, Mizuhara is a part of her. Is that or is that not true? Right? I would say it even has like a triple or a quadruple meaning. Mizuhara is a part of her. So technically, he's not like living a lie, technically. On the other, yeah, he's totally living a fucking lie. Why? Because Mizuhara is something he's kind of been used to for a long time. That's another way that it's not technically a lie, but it kind of is too. Why? Because he's using Mizuhara as a coping mechanism. He wants to call her Chizuru. He said that last chapter. Right? So maybe Mizuhara has like 5 meanings. Pretty much. It's layered. It's literally built around the character. So it's literally layered. So on one hand, it's a lie. On the other hand, Mizuhara is a fucking part of her. It is. So it's technically not a lie. On the other hand, Chizuru never says there's anything wrong with him calling her Mizuhara. She never tells him, call me Chizuru. Is that or is that not true? Right? She never outright says that. She just says, maybe you're in love with Mizuhara, and he keeps choosing to say Mizuhara. But she never says that's a bad thing. So is that completely Kazuya's fault? You go to it one more time. Mizuhara is indicative of rental, therefore it's indicative of a fantasy, not a wall. Right? So it keeps layering. Mizuhara is a very layered thing, but in particular here, what's fascinating about this one is the rental braid. Because if you go to last chapter, when Kazuya fantasizes, he vaguely remembers this part. He can't seem to remember the braid very well, right? Kazuya can't seem to remember the braid very well. In fact, every time you have a flashback and the braid is there, he always can't remember it vividly. And yet here, it's so vivid that he remembers her perfectly. But here's the contrast. Here's a little more details to this visual. Her eyes are closed. His eyes are open. Right? His eyes are closed. Her eyes are closed. His eyes are open. She's but a fantasy. She's literally just a fantasy. And he's seeing that fantasy. But Chizuru isn't actually here. He's literally just looking at a fantasy that feels genuinely so real. In contrast, what is Mami enchanted by here? What does Mami look at here? When does Mami finally look at Kazuya? When he's fantasizing. Mami loves Kazuya because he fantasizes about Chizuru. She loves the part of him that's in love with Chizuru. Do you see the irony? That's the sad irony of Mami's character. She's in love with his idea of his love for Chizuru. That's what she observes. That's what she sees. It's very much similar to yeah, it really is. It's pretty much just Charlotte from The Princess and the Frog. It pretty much is just kind of Charlotte from Princess and the Frog, which is so thematically fitting. Like literally Mami understanding what love is by seeing Kazuya and Chizuru's relationship and actually like actually accepting it and seeing it for what it is. Mami is Mimi confirmed? What? Oh, yeah, because Minnie kind of does the same thing. Kazuya is fantasizing the car date with Chizuru, not Chizuru herself. But it is also Chizuru. It's both. It's both a complete fucking fantasy, like literally delusional, but also completely real. It's so vivid, it's real. And in some ways, this isn't the lie. In some ways, this isn't a lie. So Mami envies Kazuya. Mami's entire thing is built on envy. Mami's entire character is built around envy. In this case, it's not about envying Kazuya. It's maybe envying Chizuru in this case, but in seeing Kazuya fantasize and dream, she wants to fantasize and dream. So what does Mami do? She comes up and takes a whole bunch of pictures and looks super cute and adorable. Literally cutie patootie. Cutie, adorable patootie. Oh, so fucking cute. God damn. Look at this. Look at this. She's so cute. Oh my God. Slay queen. She's so cute. Cutie patootie. I've always wanted to try that. She's so cute. Oh my God. I love you. I love you, Mami. She's so cute. Holy shit. Okay. Oh, let me check if Crumpy said anything. I kind of doubt it. Yeah, they said they were busy. Cutie Patootie versus Locked In. Locked In! Locked in! Mami, locked the fuck in! Literally flexes. Locked in! Just imagine she took the pictures of him to just look at him with black hair. Bruh. Okay, where'd she take the pictures? No, it's not of him. It's literally just the thing. Mami wanting his info on the schedule. Wonder what that's about. She wants to sync up their schedule. She literally wants to sync up their schedule. That's just a fact. The picture were to his schedule. Yeah, she wants to sync up their schedule. Right? And thematically, why is this interesting? Thematically, why is this interesting? She gets more time with him. What is happening between Kazuya and Chizuru right now? They don't have time with each other. Right? That's exactly the issue. What's the issue that we're seeing right now? Kazuya and Chizuru don't have any time with each other. Mami is now seizing this opportunity to make time with Kazuya, to spend more time with him, to hang out with him more. Time is central to a relationship, right? Through time, you build a connection. Through time, you fortify a bond. The reason a relationship even happens is because you spend time with another person and you want to share in that time. But love is literally about that. Love is about sharing and connecting. That's literally what love is. Love is an amalgamation of emotions. It is not a single emotion. And it's about sharing an emotion with another human being. In particular, you want to share it on a much more deeper, intimate level. That's why love is different, right? That love creates happiness because it's about sharing an experience with another human being on a very deep level, right? You're connecting to them physically, emotionally, and spiritually, right? That's the whole idea. So, what is Mami doing here? Literally sharing time with him, right? In contrast to Chizuru, who's not here. Kazuya is not spending time with Chizuru. In contrast, Mami is using this opportunity to create more time with him. What do you see Chizuru do in contrast? She cuts off any time she's spending with Umi, right? She cuts off any time she's spending with Umi, right? She spends a little time with him and then just says no. No more spending time together. I'm not doing that anymore. Right? In contrast, what does Kazuya do? He is now possibly spending more time with Mami, but under false pretenses. She doesn't tell him, right? Mami doesn't tell him why she did this, right? The only reason the whole love thing even comes up is literally because Kazuya asked this question, right? If Kazuya had not asked this question, this might not have come up. Right? If Kazuya had not asked this question, this might not have come up. So even now, a lot of things are being built on a false premise. Mami might screw over July 11th with sharing their time together. She won't. She won't. If anything, weirdly, I think Kazuya spending time with Mami is central. It's actually completely important. For a very simple reason. He needs to know what the fuck he wants. And in spending time with Mami, he can start creating contrast between her and Chizuru and what he wants. But this does depend on what he says next chapter. I'm pretty sure Kazuya would probably say no, right? I can see Kazuya probably saying no. And that depends on what Mami will say afterwards, right? Right? I could see Kazuya totally saying no. Because I don't want to make her uncomfortable, right? Not because I honestly don't have feelings for you. I love Chizuru, right? He's not going to tell her I love Chizuru. He's just going to say, no, I have feelings for you. The first girl who will drive with Kazuya will be Mami. And wouldn't that be interesting? What if he says, why would he say yes? That I see no visual direction in which Kazuya says yes. I don't see it. It just doesn't make sense. It's the same thing with Chizuru. Like, there's no way in any sort of hell Chizuru would agree to date Umi. Right? Even when I had my wild, crazy theories, I was literally talking about it being like a false relationship. Even when I had the crazy, wild theories, my entire thing is that it would be a false relationship. It wouldn't be a real one. So this is no different, right? I can watch them being interrupted by external forces. See, that would be thematically fitting too. Them being interrupted by external forces, thematically very fitting. Why? Because Mami is literally letting external forces influence her. I mean, hypothetically. I literally said hypothetically, it doesn't make sense. Narratively, it makes no sense for Kazuya to say yes here. Not only because he doesn't actually love her, but because Kazuya literally just doesn't, it would be too freaked out to say yes. It's just not in his character. It just doesn't make any sense. If anything, he's probably like, oh no, I must have misled her. Shit, I don't want her to get the wrong idea. No, that's not what I feel. I'm sorry. That seems very in line with Kazuya's character. I don't want you to get the wrong idea. I'm sorry. And then maybe something could trigger, and then he'd tell her, but I still want to be friends. I still want to be friends or something like that. That's where I could see it going. That's my hypothetical. I could see it playing out similar to that, where, oh, you know what other scene it reminds me of? Oh, it reminds me of another fucking scene. Oh, it reminds me of another scene, except you'll see another interesting parallel / contradiction to this. Now, what's interesting about this is that Kazuya and Chizuru created this time together. They did it. It wasn't just some sheer dumb luck. They created this time together. Right? They get interrupted. Right? The next chapter, they get interrupted by external forces because thematically they weren't ready to actually deal with external forces. So they get interrupted by their own actions. Chizuru's the one who ordered this cake. This cake thematically comes back to haunt her. Because Chizuru didn't stick with her schedule, she kind of screwed herself over. So, as she's leaving, it motivates Kazuya, and that's the reason he confesses, right? That's the reason this happens at all, right? That's the reason he confesses at all. So a lot of it is external forces. Thematically, it makes a lot of sense that an external force brought them together, and maybe an external force might separate them. But a lot of it is about choices. A lot of what's going on right now in the story is literally about choices, despite external forces. So we'll see. I'm in love with another. Be gone. Go far away from me. No, you're funny. Do you see a school bag anywhere, even though it's a chapter title? It's yeah. School bag. This is a school bag. They're sharing a school bag. Now, it is interesting. Why is it called school bag? It's the only thing that keeps them together. That's it. It's called the school bag part 1. Oh my god, it's part 1. We're going to have more of these. Next chapter is probably going to be part 2. Right? And then maybe every time they meet, it's another part. That would be interesting. But thematically, it's called school bag because what is the bag doing? It's the only thing connecting them, right? It's the only thing that's bringing them together at all. This external force is the only true connection they have, and Mami's trying to take that external force and make it her own, right? Mami's trying to take this external force and make it her own. So what I could see happening is that Kazuya and Mami might get closer, not like romantically, but like friends-wise. And I think that would be interesting. And Mami hides the premise of her own feelings because Mami's feelings have never been expressed here. So Mami's going to hide the premise of her own feelings, and they're going to get closer as friends. And eventually, there's going to be contrasted by Chizuru seeing this and interacting with this somehow. And literally the entire premise of Kazuya and Mami's relationship will explode on its face. Why? Because they were getting closer as friends this entire time when Mami did that horrendous shit in Hawaiians. How would you feel about that? How would you feel about that? This person gets close to you, you suddenly restart your relationship with them, everything is going great, and then you find out they were talking mad shit before. And they thought and they hurt the people that you love, and they did all of this terrible shit and never told you. How would you feel? That's what this is building to, in my opinion. That's what I'm seeing. Kazi and Mami are like possibly going to get a little closer. Does Mami reveal what she did to Chizuru and Hawaiians and Kazuya? No. Kazuya knows nothing. Kazuya should know. By every metric, Kazuya should know and should ask. He doesn't. Right? But that's the truth, is that entire relationship is built on a fucking lie. And they're gonna keep, and Mami's gonna keep going with this lie. She's okay with this. She's gonna keep going with this lie for now. Right? But eventually, as with Kazuya himself, this is gonna explode in her face. The thing is like they need to do this. They need to do this. This is how they reclaim their autonomy. Mami is running away, and so is Kazuya. They're both running away. But in running, you're moving. And in eventually moving, you will inevitably encounter a conflict. Whether you're running away or running towards something, you will inevitably encounter a conflict. Kazuya's conflict is that he refuses to look at Chizuru honestly. Mami's conflict is that she lied to Kazuya about the entire premise of their relationship. She's a reverse of rental, if you will. This is what makes Mami interesting. She's a reverse of rental in that rental sets the premises of the relationship very clearly. Mami, and it's completely platonic, right? But you might develop feelings and you never know. That's why we have guidelines. Mami, in contrast, is doing it in reverse. Mami is creating the premise of their relationship on a complete lie. Right? And that's why it's the reverse of rental. Rental is a lie, but you're told it's a lie. You know it's a lie. Right? You know the premise is a lie. And so doing, you are interacting with a truth. You know what you're getting yourself into. What if the entire premise is a lie? right? What if the entire, not the premise, the idea behind the premise is a lie? So you think you're starting a friendship, you don't know the friendship is built on a complete fucking lie. So do you see how it's the reverse of that? Chizuru is lies built on a truth, making it all true. Mami is a truth built on a lie, making it all a lie. Okay, let me read some of the comments. Oh, Verka's commented. It's been a while. Kazuya could ask why Mami asked that question suddenly. It would fit that he would deflect the question. I don't see it. He's kind of being put on the spot. Hey, maybe I could see it. I feel like oh yeah, okay, maybe I could see it. It does seem kind of in Kazuya's character. I feel like no, I could see it something like no. Why do you ask? Why'd you bring that up? Right? I could see something like that. Mami riding with Kazuya could make him realize card date is a fantasy. Kazuya answered Mami during the date. It would have changed a lot. He was never going to. But I don't know. The I want to be friends sounds too mature for a mentally weak Kazuya. No, it doesn't sound out of character to me. What if Kazuya gets interrupted before he answers? He's definitely getting interrupted. See, I think that's the interesting part. It would be interesting if an interruption happens and Kazuya maybe reclaims that situation, or Mami reclaims that situation, right? Fuck the interruption. I want to control this, because narratively their entire struggle is control. So it would be interesting if they get interrupted, control is taken away from them, but they want control. The characters desperately want control. So thematically, being interrupted and then reclaiming that makes a lot of sense to me. But we'll have to see. Let me see here. Now, don't be interesting if fate itself, if you will made it where Kazuya has Mami, there are no interruptions, but when Kazuya is with Chizuru, there's nothing but interruptions. I mean, that's kind of what's going on. Kazuya should say no to Mami, right? He will, but it'll be weird. Endgame, they reach an understanding. Kazuya and Mami become okay with each other. Does Mami reveal what she did to Chizuru and Hawaiians to Kazuya? Let's see. Jaws. She seems to feel guilty about it at the coffee shop and left early back when that happened after Paradise. She seems to feel guilty about it in a coffee shop. But yeah, you wrote it 3 times. Yeah, no, Mami definitely feels guilt. That's the thing. Mami definitely feels guilt, and that's exactly why she's avoiding it. Mami is trying to disassociate from her actions. That you see this perfectly in chapter 310. I'm glad I got the time to understand this chapter, because it makes a lot of sense now why Mami says what she says in that chapter. Now that I get that Kazuya's entire thing is escaping into a fantasy, it makes a lot of sense that Mami is essentially doing the same thing in this chapter. Mami here says she thinks back to Chizuru, and she said, "You disgust me." Like that's kind of what she said. And look at how this is haunting her. And listen to what Mami says very carefully. Still, I'm not going to expose her or anything. I never planned to anyway. She had the phone right fucking there in this scene. In this scene, she had the phone right. She was going to do it. The phone was in her fucking hand. She was doing it. And the only reason she stopped is because Chizuru confronted her and called her out on her bullshit. Mami was going to do it. But she's lying to herself. Why? I'm not a bad person. When you talk to yourself like this, you're trying to disassociate from the bad things that you did because you feel guilty. You want to escape the bad part of yourself. Thematically, this perfectly aligns with Kazuya, because what does Kazuya want to escape? What is the entire driving motivation of Kazuya's actions? Kazuya wants to be loved, and he has a part of him he finds disgusting that other people tell him is disgusting and terrible. And that part is the thing he wants, but it's also the thing that haunts him. I'm, of course, talking about Kazuya's sexual desires. They are his deepest, darkest desires hidden all the way back in the blackness of his heart. The part of him he doesn't want to show anyone, right? The part of him that he thinks will never be accepted for feeling this way. And the part of him that he refuses to accept himself, because the moment he hears Chizuru say, I love you, he can't conceive of this being reality and says, oh, I'm dreaming. Not because Chizuru said this, not because Chizuru did anything like this, but because he doesn't believe this. He doesn't believe he could be loved for this part of himself, this deep, dark part of himself. So what does Kazuya do? He spends all of this chapter building up this idea so this part of himself will be accepted. First, he's got to get buff. Then he's got to get a job. Then he's going to have a perfect confession. Then he's going to ask her out on a date, right? He has to do all of these things before asking her out on a date. In the end, this all turns out to be bullshit, and he should have just asked her out on a fucking date, right? That's the whole thing. That Kazuya is hiding this bad part of himself, and he's doing all of these things to get accepted. Thematically, this mirrors Mami's character. She's hiding away this bad part of herself so she'll be accepted. Except, you're not actually accepted if they're not seeing the bad part of you and still choosing to love you. Right? If they see the bad part of you and still choose to love you, isn't that better and more fulfilling relationship than only showing the best part of you and have that be accepted? Right? They like you for the exterior, not actually the interior, right? Would you be comfortable in that kind of relationship where they only like a part of you, right? They only like the part where you're cool, masculine, under control, but you can never fall apart. You can never be vulnerable with someone. You can't tell them you're freaking out or you're horny or you're worried about this thing or you can't act pathetic. No. You always have to act. Do you see the problem? Thematically, coming back to Mami's character and her confrontation of herself to Kazuya's confrontation of his self makes a lot of sense as to why this needs to happen. Okay. I think Kazuya is taking Fate's signature phrase, you meant to be confused to the letter. Mami basically rented Kazuya without him knowing. Kind of, yeah. Yeah. The question is, how would Chizuru react if she knew Kazuya was still communicating, having a relationship with Mami? She would freak, like, extra hard, because she knows Mami is a manipulator. All Chizuru knows of Mami is that she's a fucking manipulator. And she sees Kazuya, and she knows he's too fucking nice. She saw this all in Hawaiians. She's too fucking nice. And Chizuru would freak and be like, dude, no, she's dangerous. Like, she's gonna fucking hurt you. And I could see Kazuya be like, no, she wouldn't. And, he wouldn't fucking understand. Chizuru doesn't know how Mami has changed. No one knows how Mami has changed. Except for her. The only person who knows Mami has changed is herself. Even Kazuya doesn't know. Even Kazuya doesn't fucking know. She doesn't know how Mami changed. And Chizuru has no fucking idea. Chizuru would freak. She'd be like, holy shit, she's at it again. She's trying to hurt him again. Are you kidding me? Like, Chizuru would freak out. And I think Chizuru would have to confront this eventually. Like, I think a big thing is that both Chizuru and Kazuya have to be willing to talk about this. On one hand, Kazuya needs to fucking ask Chizuru. On one hand, Kazuya needs to ask her. He knows there's a goddamn problem with Mami. He needs to fucking ask Chizuru. On the other, Chizuru kind of needs to fucking tell him. But that's the thing. Kazuya has to kind of tell Chizuru, I'm okay with being hurt. What does Kazuya refuse to do? Kazuya actively avoids pain. actively. So Chizuru doesn't want to hurt him more. That's the issue with relationships. You have to tell your partner, hey, I'm okay with getting a little hurt if it means we talk about this. Right? She would go batting. No, she would not go batting. Chizuru would act immediately. Chizuru is very, very protective. Chizuru is extremely protective of the people she loves. So if she sees Kazuya with Mami, hell no. She doesn't have time to go batting. She's gonna like pull him away. Right? She's gonna pull him away. She's gonna fucking talk to him. She's gonna be very, very protective. Because she's seen what Mami can do. She's seen what Mami is willing to do. So she would not be okay with this. She would be conflicted. On one hand, she doesn't want to force Kazuya into anything, but on the other, it is Mami. She will hurt him. No, I think it's like one of those things that's actually gonna make Chizuru like totally so. Oh my god, I'm disconnected. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. I disconnected for some reason. I think I'm back. Am I back? Am I good? Are we good? Are we good? Are we good? Okay, I think we're good. I think we're good. No, so I actually kind of disagree, Verkez. I think literally Chizuru's worry for Kazuya would completely override her conflict. She would totally act immediately. Because Chizuru is at that point. She'll feel conflicted when it comes to herself. That's the problem. Chizuru's conflict is with herself. It's literally the same thing with Kazuya. Chizuru's conflict literally mirrors Kazuya. Kazuya will be conflicted about himself, but he won't be conflicted about protecting the people he loves. He's never conflicted about doing things for other people. And Chizuru would totally be the same. I could see Chizuru stalking them, which would be so funny. It would genuinely be so fucking funny. Like Chizuru seeing Kazuya with Mami just freaks so goddamn hard. She ends up stalking them or something. And I could see her totally panic and freak out. Mami isn't dangerous anymore. Actually, I agree. Mami is dangerous because she's professional hater and chronically online. That's the thing, though. She's not that. She's not a hater anymore. Nor is she chronically online. You don't actually see Mami on her phone all that much anymore. But she might want to contact Mami instead of Kazuya. No, it really depends on the situation. It really depends on the situation. If she sees Mami and Kazuya like right then and there, she'll just like go straight to Kazuya or something. Like the moment she finds an opportunity, she'll go straight to Kazuya. I doubt she would contact Mami. I could see her contacting Mami after, and be like, "What's your deal? What are you trying to do? Like, what are you trying to do? Talking to Kazuya again." Is Kazuya meeting Mami a form of running away from being hurt? In a sense, yes. Because Mami is the thing he refuses to confront. For a very simple reason, he knows there's a fucking issue. He's been told repeatedly there's a fucking problem with Mami. And Chizuru and Mami went through something in Hawaiians. And he just refuses to fucking look at that. So Kazuya refusing to look at the issue that is Mami, in a sense, reflects his issue to refusing to look at Chizuru. It's the same thing. They parallel. Chizuru stalking, that would be pretty extreme. I don't think so. I could see her, like, looking. Because Chizuru's never had a reason to before. Chizuru's never had a reason to before. And she's very curious right now. So Chizuru seeing them together, be like, what the fuck is Mami planning? And literally, it would be the same thing as Kazuya. Right? It would literally be the same thing as Kazuya, where she's being very protective. And then she's gonna doubt herself, be like, am I not being protective? Right? Am I just following them for me? And she's gonna doubt herself. It's gonna get into her head, and she's gonna have like a reversal. That's my theory of how I could see a stalking happening. I could see it literally getting into Chizuru's head, especially where Chizuru is right now. Like, Chizuru's emotions for Kazuya are completely overriding her reasoning. So Chizuru totally fucking could. Imagine Chizuru and Kazuya Mami bumping into each other. Peak loading. It would be very interesting if Mami somehow found a way to, without making a scene, to tell Chizuru something is off with Kazuya. What do we do? Doubt it. No. No. Mami is very focused on her feelings for Kazuya, what she's going to get out of the relationship, rather than Kazuya being weird. How long has it been since Hawaiian's in the manga? 6 months? Almost. She wants stock, but she won't even recognize him, lol. No, I think she would. No, I think she would. If Mami can recognize him, Chizuru can recognize him. Heck, plot, here, you want to make this better? What if Chizuru sees Kazuya changed his hair, and she thinks it's Mami's fault? I feel like that's a pretty good guesstimate, right? Kazuya is hanging out with Mami. Suddenly he changed his hair to black. I'm curious what the chapter title is about the school bag. The school bag is the thing that connects them. The school bag is literally the thing that connects them. That's the reason of the title. It is literally the thing that connects them. They share a school. That's the whole point of the cover. They literally share a school. In sharing a school, it connects them. It's interesting how Mami has never seen him like this and still recognizes him. Yeah. That's in some ways that's love. Or maybe it's the voice. Maybe it's Kazuya's voice. She can tell by the voice, maybe. That would be interesting. She could tell by the voice because it's literally his voice. Maybe she's stun locked here. That would be interesting, wouldn't it? Here, it seems like she doesn't know who it is. Here, it almost seems like she doesn't know who it is. She's like, who the hell is looking at me? And then he says, Mami-chan, and she recognizes the voice. And then she doubles back, and she's like, wait, oh, Kazu-kun, ... Oh, it throws her off. In my theory, she got stun locked because he looked like Toro. Theoretically, yeah. Theoretically, yeah. And this shot is interesting. It looks like Mami is looking at us, and Kazuya is looking at her. But in reality, she's looking at Kazuya. And the way she's leaning in on him, right? I love that Kazuya is facing us completely. Mami is like semi-facing us. And of course, they share a school bag. That's why it's called the school bag. It's literally them sharing something. Right? They're sharing something. Yeah, maybe that's why Mami's acting weird at first. Because you don't hear her thoughts. And she's literally like, holy shit, I think I saw a ghost. Holy shit, I think I saw a ghost. Right? Kazuya is literally starting to look more and more like her ex. It's literally what she wants. Right? Mami has been chasing her ex this entire fucking time. Right? That's what Mami wants. She's just been chasing her ex this entire fucking time. Whereas Kazuya is also starting to look like Chizuru's grandpa. So you have these two contrasting elements. Kazuya is starting to look more like Chizuru's grandpa, and he's starting to look more like Chizuru, Mami's ex. And because he's starting to look like these two other people, who he is disappearing. And the question becomes, who do you actually love? Chizuru is very insecure. She's already quite unsure because of Ruka. Imagine Mami really gets involved. Chizuru is... yeah, Chizuru is insecure, but she's not that insecure. She's already quite unsure because of Ruka. No, I think Ruka isn't really the issue anymore. Imagine with mommy really getting... Yeah, that entire statement just feels weird. That entire statement just feels really weird. I don't think they do this overseas, but Kazuya and mommy being driving partners most likely. I don't know if that's a thing that they do, so I'm not gonna really look into that. Maybe mommy thinks he changed his hair because he likes her. No, they run into each other on pure happenstance. So clearly the hair has nothing to do with her. Even her outfit has lines drawing boundaries. Maybe check where we could be. Oh yeah, mommy's entire outfit is lines. So you could see what she's doing here is trying to draw a clear line. Literally like Chizuru. Huh. Yeah. Mommy's literally drawing a clear line here, exactly like Chizuru. Oh, interesting. I didn't even think of that. All right. I could see mommy trying to draw a very clear line here, exactly like Chizuru did with Umi. By the way, I'm sorry that I couldn't answer your call from before. Did you need something? Sorry for not calling back. What was it about? Right as they separate too. Right? He says this as they're separating. It's like splashing your own puddle while looking at your reflection. I don't get it. Looks like Chizuru and Umi scene a bit. Yeah, it is. It's literally the Chizuru Umi scene. It literally is. Like that's the first thing I thought of when I saw this, the Chizuru Umi scene. Yeah. It's literally the first thing I thought of, the Chizuru Umi scene. Was she going to ask the same question when she called him? We don't even know what was happening with her when she called. We have no idea. We literally have no idea. We don't fucking know. It's that simple. We just have no clue. Like this is a mystery that's been brewing for a little bit, and hopefully it's going to get explored and resolved. Hmm. Started with a straight ball, but why? But while how? Okay. Latest episode. It started with a straight ball, but while it unfolds, it's still unknown. As I wrote before, it feels like both Kazuya and Mami can finally move forward in the true sense. It was a prologue that gave me that feeling. Hmm. I don't know about that. I feel like they're starting to take steps to move, but I don't know if they have actually moved. I'm getting all nervous. There aren't many comments. Weird. Okay. Oh. Reiji posted this. It reads Oshi Day. Because Chizuru is Oshi. 10K likes. Pretty good. Pretty good. Here's hoping Twitter doesn't get weird about this, as they always do. Who are we kidding? They're gonna get fucking weird about this. Twitter's oddly quiet today. Maybe it's because it's still very early. Another fear. What if he says something like, I don't know. Hope he says no, but unlikely. See, I think let's get into this for a sec. I think Kazuya is going to want to say no. Why? For a very simple reason. If he can't say no to mommy, he will doubt his it aligns perfectly well with one thing on his list. Think about a perfect confession. How can he say he loves Chizuru if he can't reject mommy? Do you see the issue? How can he say he loves Chizuru if he can't even reject mommy? So I can see this being I can see this being a very necessary conflict for Kazuya. He has to reject mommy. He has to say, I don't love you. Because if he can, the one thing Kazuya knows for certain is love. The one thing Kazuya truly understands is love. And no, he doesn't love mommy. He wants to be friends with mommy. He wants to be close with her, but he doesn't love her. Right? But he's still focused on stuff like, oh, she hates me and stuff like that, like right here. It seems awkward the whole time. I don't blame her. She hates me. But Kazuya's just wanted to have a relationship with mommy. He just doesn't love her. Like, you can have a relationship with a girl and not love her. I think Kazuya will reject her. But it's just gonna be weird, you know? Kazuya has rarely answered that question honestly when asked before. How has he changed at all? He's never answered that question honestly. Well, no, he has. He has. I literally showed an example of when he did. I literally showed an example of when he did. Right here. He didn't get to answer here. He didn't get a chance to answer here. That's all. He just didn't get a chance to answer, but then later he does answer. He does say it, and then he tries to confess a whole bunch of times. So that's categorically incorrect. Like, there's literal proof that he did. And Kazuya being asked by a girl if he loves her, well, he's gonna say no. Right? And then thematically, it makes a lot of sense for Kazuya's character to be asked this question and to be able to say, like, for sure, no. But in turn, yeah, he can say no to this question. See, for me, it's not the answer to this question that frightens me. It's not the answer to this question that frightens me. I think this question is a misdirect. I think people hear this question and they miss the point of it. They completely miss the point of this question. You think, oh, what if he says yes? No, it's not about Kazuya saying yes. Nothing about this entire sequence is about Kazuya saying yes. He's not going to. What worries me is, yeah, he's not going to say no, but what does he want? That's where it gets interesting. The question is a question of Kazuya asking him, what do you actually want? You're going to say no to this, yeah. But the question asks him, okay, you don't love her, but you want a relationship with her, right? You want to have some sort of friendship with Mami. Okay, you can have a friendship, but shouldn't you make that clear, right? What about Mami? Does she still have feelings for him, right? Kazuya doesn't ask any of these questions. And so the question being asked to him is the point. It's not what he answers to the question, it's just the fact that he's being asked a question. Because the question asks him what he wants, right? The question asks him about his feelings, what he wants. That's the point of the question. That's why the question worries me. Not because of, oh, he's going to say yes. He's not going to fucking say yes. You're deluded if you think he's going to say yes in any way, shape, or form. How he answers could explain this in some ways too. Like, will he say, no, I love Chizuru? Or will he say, no, I don't have feelings for you, and just not explain? Right? That's going to be the interesting part. It's like, Kazuya might make this about himself here, for instance. If he says, I love Chizuru, how would Mami react to that? Right? How would Mami react to Kazuya saying, no, I love Chizuru? That's a great step for him, that he can say that out loud, but now he's dragged Chizuru into this possible mess. Right? It's not going to be as smooth as Chizuru rejecting Umi. It'll definitely have some twist to it, the Kazuya we're talking about. Yeah, I mean, well, that's the thing. The thing with Umi, that was too smooth. There was layers to that. That was too smooth. Here, everything about this is messy. Yeah, he's gonna say no. I don't. But there's more to this. Just as there's something going on with Umi, even though that was too smooth. I'm not saying there's anything going on between Chizuru and Umi. I'm saying Umi's doing his own shit. Whatever that is, we don't fucking know. My theory is that, like, Umi is, like, orchestrated that entire scenario on purpose, right? He's literally playing judge. And Chizuru confronting Umi is more for herself than it is for Umi himself. I think, to me, the way I look at that scene with Umi now, with Chizuru rejecting Umi, that's more for herself. Chizuru is like, I want to face Kazuya. This is not about Umi. This is about everything about Umi's rejection is about Kazuya, is Chizuru's feelings for Kazuya. Everything about Umi's rejection is about Kazuya. Even then, he doesn't fucking matter. In contrast, everything that happens here, right? So everything that was happening in that scene is about Chizuru's own feelings. It had nothing to do with Umi. It was literally about her own feelings. Thematically speaking, flipping that over and coming back full circle to Kazuya here, what does Kazuya want? Because this is about Kazuya's feelings for Mami. Kazuya does have feelings for Mami. They're not necessarily romantic anymore, but he does have feelings for Mami, and he wants a relationship with her in some way. Right? So it's the complete flip of the entire sequence with Umi. Whereas Mami is looking possibly for some sort of romantic relationship, Kazuya wants some sort of friendship with Mami. But his romantic feelings for Chizuru are set in stone. So Kazuya doesn't need to confront Mami in regards to his feelings, at least from his own perspective. Whereas Mami needs to confront her feelings for Kazuya. In so doing, flipping Mami's role from Chizuru's. Chizuru is confronting Umi because of Kazuya. Mami is confronting Kazuya because of her own feelings. Literally, it's a thematically flipped scene. So this is literally the entire sequence with Umi in reverse. Mami is placed in Chizuru's position. Right? And Kazuya is kind of like a reversal of Umi, if you will. Because Kazuya is set in stone about his feelings for Chizuru, right? Whereas Chizuru is set in stone about her feelings for Kazuya. But Chizuru is in the position of rejecting. Kazuya is in the position of being asked and needing to reject. So literally the scenes are flipped, right? And the scene happens by complete happenstance too. It's a complete reversal of that scene. Chizuru orchestrated that entire scenario and took complete control of the situation. Kazuya here has no control of the situation. Did you notice that? Kazuya has absolutely no control of the situation whatsoever. And in many ways, neither does Mami. Mami is the one who starts taking control of the situation. Mami's the one who decides to take a picture. Mami is the one who seizes this opportunity to ask Kazuya in the first place. Whereas before, Chizuru was the one who took control of her situation. That's what makes Mami being put in Chizuru's position so fascinating. He hasn't really seen her with him at all, and Moshi's seen his grandma and Chizuru during the date out. The situation here is way more complex than with Umi. Very much so. Yeah, there's a lot of history here. Right? He never asks questions that need answers, even about why she was taking pictures of his schedule. Instead, he starts to catastrophic again. It's not catastrophic, no. It's like he knows what's going on, but he just doesn't ask. Like his first assessment is correct. His first assessment is correct. He just never confirms it. It's not catastrophic thinking. In this case, it's not catastrophic thinking. Rather, he just doesn't confirm anything for himself. That's the difference between him and Mami. That's what makes Mami a little different in this scene. Kazuya doesn't want to confirm or deny anything. He's okay just existing in what ifs. Right? Kazuya is very content with what if, rather than confirming or denying something. But what's fascinating about this is that Kazuya's conflict of not confirming or denying anything, while at the same time wanting proof, is a paradox. Kazuya's entire narrative conflict is a fucking paradox. He's a walking paradox, because that's the whole point. See, Kazuya's entire thing is faith. Kazuya's entire thing is faith and believing in people, right? But if you need proof for your faith, then it's not really faith. If you need proof of faith, it's not really faith. However, you also in some ways do need proof. What do I mean by this? Well, okay. You need to confirm that what you're feeling is real for yourself and what you're experiencing. So for example, I can't have faith in humanity if I don't see that there are good people there, right? I see good people and I have faith in humanity in turn. That's what I mean. So it's like, I have faith in humanity because there are good people out there. I see people changing and evolving. That's why I just have faith in people in general. Okay? But that faith is just built on the fact of the possibility that something is good because I've seen other people do it and change. Okay? Kazuya, in contrast, what's happening with him is that he needs more proof for his faith, like absolute proof. That's where the problem arises. You can't get absolute proof. That's just not really life. You can sometimes. There are times where you can get absolute proof for things. But sometimes you just need a bit of proof in order to have faith in something. We need to give Reiji some tough love. You're getting banned for that. If anyone goes to Reiji and acts like an asshole, I will ban you from the channel. Okay? You're getting a 30-minute timeout. I'm not completely banning you. But don't you dare come into my channel and say that again. Do you understand? Never say that shit again. Okay? You will not go and talk shit to authors. You will not go and be rude to authors. You will never do this on my channel. You will never come into my channel and say this. You will never go to Reiji's Twitter and say any of that shit. Okay? That's unacceptable. tough love my fucking ass. More like an excuse. Unbelievable. And so what Reiji's doing right now is he's challenging the reader's perceptions of faith and believing in things, right? Kazuya needs to actually start getting some fucking answers. He can't just live in infinite limbo forever. Life is a balance of literally getting proof, actually existing in reality, and believing, right? You still have to take charge of your faith. You can't just dream forever. That's Kazuya's issue. He's just infinitely dreaming. Okay? Kazuya's issue right now, he's just infinitely dreaming. You can't just dream, you gotta fucking live. But you can have faith in people at the same time. Okay? So that's Kazuya's issue right now. He's just kind of okay with living in fantasy. He's not actually facing reality. And you need to face reality, but also still choose to believe. Right? That's Kazuya's issue, right? So here, he remembers the phone thing, and he asks her. That's Kazuya taking step one. But he didn't really set things clear. Mommy's trying to. I think the central point is, what does Mommy really want here? Reassuring feelings, help her break free of her own cage, both. Regardless of what Mommy wants, regardless of that, she's trying to set their relationship straight. She's taking charge of the situation in some way, shape, or form. Regardless of what she wants, she's trying to set things clear. I was thinking she's going... Never mind, don't worry about it. What? Because I feel like this arc is about Kazuya making moves. No, this is about Mommy taking charge of the situation. That's the whole point. Wouldn't that be sort of out of her character, though? I can see Mommy not giving him time to answer and running away since Kazuya's got to make moves and not have things handed to him. No, that's pretty stupid. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, that doesn't make any sense for her character or Kazuya's character. Mommy just turned around and faced him and asked this very directly. I don't see Mommy running away. I don't see Mommy running away. This is something both of them have to confront. Okay, yes, you're thematically correct about the whole Chainsaw Man thing where, you know, making your own world and not going with the flow. Correct. That's literally in line with the characters. And what is Mommy literally doing? What did Mommy literally just do? That's exactly what Mommy's doing. Kazuya asked her a question, she ignored the question and asked her own question. Right? She asks him her own question. She did not go with the flow. She took charge of the situation. Mommy's trying to take control back. That's literally what Reiji does with Chizuru's character. Chizuru doesn't let Umi control the flow. She takes control. What's wrong with my cat? He's like just meowing in the background. And how about the translation? The love me or like me? She probably used Suki. I'm gonna be real. She probably used Suki. What are the chances that she monologues into a final goodbye after setting things straight? Literally zero. Literally zero. Just actually straight up zero. If you think this is that kind of manga, you're deluding yourself. If you think people do that in real life, you're fucking deluding yourself. Hell no. Literally zero. No chance in any hell. Even Umi, who just got rejected, didn't fucking do that. Like, no. Unless that's what Mommy wanted to ask him on the phone. We don't know that. Even if it is, we don't know that. Maybe this is Mommy just going with the flow and asking what Kazuya said. Maybe this is Mommy taking control of the flow. Okay, I don't think you understand Umi's character And I don't think you understand Mami's character if you think they're going to work together. You don't. I'm sorry. If that's your assumption of these characters, I don't think you understand these characters at all. Mami was only able to do the shit she did in Hawaiians because she doesn't have a fucking life. Umi is busy fucking acting. And he's never actually been shown to be straight up malicious towards Kazuya in any way, shape, or form. Whereas Mami has. So, yeah. Let me reload this. What's going on? Apparently, Kodansha made some updates, and it's harder to rip the chapters now, but we'll see a Kobari link as soon as we can get... Okay, I guess they got a Kobari link. That's funny. Whoa, why do they look so small? I hope these aren't, like, super low quality. Kazuya-kun, why did you bleach your hair? Chapter ends. Who's gonna tell him? Who's gonna tell him? Who's gonna tell him about that? So the driving school arc really begins. I'm glad Kazuya finally asked why she did call him during the day. About Mami's question, I think Kazuya already answered that question when he rejected her call and Mami realized it. Yeah, I mean, Kazuya has already indicated he does not like her. Kazuya has already indicated he doesn't have feelings for her. There are very, like, clear signs he doesn't have feelings for her, and I think Mami knows this. Like, I agree. There are very clear signs, like, to Mami, from Mami's POV, Kazuya doesn't fucking like her. And this is more so about Mami's own feelings, that she likes him. What do you think about the teaser for next chapter? I don't know what it is, except for what someone told me that it was hard defense mode or something. Not sure if Kazuya would have the guts to say straight to her face, since it would be kind of rude, to be honest. Maybe dodging the question would already be enough. In the end, I don't think Mami expects an answer. In a big picture, I see the situation as Mami thinking, I know you don't love me anymore, but now I really love and need your help, but I know it's too late. I think this is Mami taking control of the situation, or trying to take control of the situation, set the ground rules straight, right? It's more so Mami trying to confront her own feelings. This is, to me, more so Mami trying to confront her own feelings in her own way. That just makes sense. I can totally visualize that. Mami more interested in freeing herself than her actual feelings towards Kazuya. We'll see him as a tool for her own liberation. No, I don't agree. Kazuya isn't... This is Mami actually having feelings for Kazuya, but not really understanding love. And Mami's psyche isn't that I think you're overcomplicating Mami's character, and you're missing what's going on with her right now, which is that Mami does want to be free, and she's over confusing her feelings. He's not just a tool to her. And I think Mami feels bad for using him as a tool. So she probably wouldn't want to do that. Yeah. This is a parallel I can definitely see. I was saying that this is clearly very similar to Umi. This is when Umi asks Chizuru if Chizuru likes Kazuya, in the chapter where she goes out with him so he can help promote her film. It's not, I don't remember the exact chapter, I believe it's when Umi asks her to come during the crowdfunding. No, you're misremembering. Chizuru is walking away here. There's a difference here, but there is a similarity. Chizuru is walking away here. So the clear similarity we can see here, and that's a very simple one, to be honest, is that Umi asks Chizuru, you love him, don't you? Mami asks Kazuya, do you still love me? Okay. So in reality, what Mami's actually asking isn't, do you still love me? It's, you love Chizuru. She wants to know who Kazuya loves. That's the actual meaning of the question. She's not asking about, it looks like it's about her. She's actually asking who he loves. Right? Because he keeps asking and talking to Mami when he is clearly in love with Chizuru. So in a way, Mami is asking, who are you in love with? Which is a very valid question to ask Kazuya. Hi, Kazuya. Who are you actually in love with? Right? What do you actually want? Because you're dreaming of Chizuru and you're talking to Mami. You're dreaming of Chizuru and you're talking to Mami. Who do you actually want? Right? If Kazuya is not interested, why does he keep engaging? Right? If Kazuya is not interested in Mami, why does he keep engaging? But this is an interesting thing. Mami never considers. Maybe he just wants to be friends. But at the same time, Kazuya is still engaging. Right? He still keeps talking to her. They split up. She's walking away, and he asks her again. Right? They were already walking away, and Kazuya asks Mami this. So isn't Mami theoretically getting some signals that he's seemingly interested in her? And yet Kazuya likes Chizuru, and Mami kind of knows that. So Mami asks Kazuya a very valid question. Do you still love me? This question is surprisingly valid. Right? But she's hidden in shadow, much like Umi's hidden in shadow. He can see clearly. All right, so there is a parallel. There's a parallel between Umi and Mami here. In that Mami can see Kazuya likes Chizuru, but he's acting weird. So there is a parallel here. I actually agree. Right? The meaning of the question is not what we think it is. The meaning is completely flipped. Oh man, she's so cute. What the heck? Now I'm worried. She's adorable. She's adorable. Right? Like maybe Mami's okay with like a one-sided love, but Kazuya is giving her signals he's seemingly somewhat interested. Right? Because he's talking to things about her. Right? She engaged with him, he's engaging with her. So maybe Mami has good intentions. I don't think it's about intentions. I think Mami is just drawing a line. Mami is just drawing a line. Right? What's the deal? Because she doesn't know. And she's getting a lot of mixed signals. I think just the fact. Same with Minnie. He's talking with anyone except Chizuru. Pretty much. I think, okay, so to me, the fact that Mami went out of her way to get her own driver's license without anyone telling her to. We haven't been given a reason as to why she's getting her driver's license. However, Mami getting a driver's license thematically is super fitting. Why? Because there's always a car in front of Mami's house. In the end of the anime in season 1, we see Mami riding in someone else's car. To me, Mami getting a driver's license is her taking autonomy back over her life. If Mami is taking autonomy back over her life, and we see that in this chapter, we see parts of this in this chapter. What does Mami do here? She says she wants to take a picture. Right? She asks, she takes control. So what are you seeing with Mami doing here? Mami is taking control back over her life. She's getting what she wants. She's being adorable. For that exact reason, Mami is choosing to live and take action. Mami is choosing to do things for herself, right? She's doing things for herself here. This fundamentally contrasts Kazuya, who's not doing this for himself. He's doing this for Chizuru. So, when Mami asks this question, it is fundamentally Mami taking control of her life again. Thematically, this is super fitting as a question for Kazuya's character as well as for Mami. Yeah, it's the meaning of the question is not what it appears. Yeah, the meaning of the question is not what it appears. We know Kazuya doesn't have feelings for her. I think Mami even knows too, but she wants to draw a line. You're getting very clear signs she is taking control over her life. Right? You're getting very clear signs she's taking control over her life. And yes, she is still sending some mixed signals. Right? For instance, they go to the same class, but she sits all the way across the room. She doesn't sit near him. Then, afterwards, she comes up and says she wants to take a picture of Kazuya's schedule. So she wants to share a class with him, but she won't sit next to him. Which indicates she is interested, but she doesn't know if they have the same thing. So she's taking autonomy over her life and her choices, but she doesn't want to enforce that onto Kazuya. Isn't that interesting? She's controlling herself, she's controlling what she wants, but she's trying not to enforce that onto Kazuya. Rather, she's just trying to figure out what his deal is. Right? Because he's not being clear. So yes, there is a parallel to Umi. And I've mentioned this before, the entire rejection that happens in chapter 395 for Umi is completely built on one particular thing. This rejection is completely built on one particular thing. Right now, I want to face that person wholeheartedly. What did Chizuru say to Umi the last time he asked her about about her feelings for Kazuya? What did Chizuru say to Umi the last time he asked her about her feelings for Kazuya? Let's pull that up. It's the scene that dude was sharing earlier. If it'll load. Loading would be nice. I'd appreciate the loading. Umi asks her, "Your friend of yours, do you like him?" Right? These two images seemingly parallel. Right? Umi here is seemingly drawing a line. Right? Umi here is seemingly drawing a line. What happens when Chizuru answers? He realizes Chizuru's been looking to the future, whereas the future literally covers his eyes. It's like he can see the future, or he's also blind. You can interpret this in two different ways. His eyes are literally blind, but he says the words to the future over his eyes, as if he can't see his future, but he can see her future. So yeah, you do like him, that friend of yours. What does Chizuru answer? I don't like him, but I don't not like him either. A clear line is not drawn. And Chizuru walks away. For Kazuya, a clear line is not drawn, despite the fact that Chizuru is wearing straight lines on her clothes. Okay? Then, when Chizuru rejects Umi, what happens? The arc is called drawing a line. She drew a literal line. No, I know I have feelings for him. I want to face that person wholeheartedly. I want to confront this. I don't have feelings for you. I know I have feelings for him. I want to face this. She draws a very clear line. I'm pretty sure I'm in love with him. I want to face that. This changes. So Chizuru takes control of the situation. Whereas before she was wishy-washy. She wasn't sure. Here, she's pretty fucking sure. In the Japanese, so here, in the English, they translate it as, I think that's where I'm at. In the Japanese, she says, I'm sure that's where I'm at. Here, she says, but right now, I might be in love. In Japanese, she says, right now, I think I might be able to fall in love. I'm sure that's where I'm at. Right? And then literally, you get to, what is it? You get to chapter 398, and what do you see? She literally falls over, she crumples down, and then when you turn the page, she literally fell over. She fell in love. Okay, so Chizuru draws a very clear line now. She takes control. Now, Kazuya is being put in Chizuru's exact position. He's not the one drawing a line. Kazuya is not drawing a clear line. Kazuya is the one who's not being very clear about his feelings. Right? Because guess what? Guess what? You want to know a really interesting truth. Kazuya has not told Mami at all how he feels. She actually has no idea. Go back throughout the series. She has no idea he loves Chizuru. She has no idea how he feels about anyone. She knows by observing. She can tell by observing. But Kazuya has not said it. Kazuya has not said his feelings clearly. Are you starting to see the problem? Kazuya is literally in Chizuru's position in the movie arc, where he's not being clear about what he wants, what he feels, and what he desires. Right? Chizuru takes full control of that. This is what I want. This is what I'm going to do. You're not telling me what to do. Right? Umi literally tries to control the flow for most of the entire rejection sequence, right? Chizuru literally stops him and says, no, he tries to get control again by saying, okay, so you're not dating, right? Right? So I want to be that person. I love you, Chizuru-chan. No, I'm not doing that. I know who I know who I'm interested in. I know who I think I'm in love with. I'm going to face that person. Walks away. Sets the ground rules very fucking clear. Kazuya is still not doing that. That's why this question is intrinsic. Kazuya has not made it clear who he is in love with. If he even has feelings for Mami. He keeps talking to Mami, and yet he doesn't engage. Like think about it. Kazuya is kind of sending Mami some mixed signals. Is he not? Right? Mami is sending some kind of clear signals. A little bit mixed, but kind of clear. Right? She calls him. She wants to talk to him. She takes pictures of his schedule. She's pretty much given him kind of signals, hey, I'm interested. Right? Whereas Kazuya is kind of not being very clear. He on one hand, he's like, he wants to talk to her. On the other, he doesn't set the ground rules straight. And that parallels his issue with Mami. Or not Mami, Minnie. That parallels Kazuya's issue with Minnie. He doesn't set boundaries with Minnie. Minnie is literally all over him. She's way too into his business. When you say draw a line, do you mean Mami wants to know where she stands romantically with Kazuya? Yeah. Yeah. What are Kazuya's feelings? What the hell are Kazuya's feelings? The question to me isn't Mami saying, do you still love me? To me, isn't actually thinking he loves her. It's that, what do you actually feel? That's what she's asking. What do you actually feel? She knows he doesn't love her. I feel like Mami knows Kazuya loves Chizuru. That's pretty fucking clear. But he's sending mixed signals. And this parallels Chizuru at the start, when Umi was talking to her, where she was sending mixed signals to us as the readers, right? She turned Umi down, and Umi just wanted confirmation that she had feelings for Kazuya. But Chizuru wasn't clear about her feelings for Kazuya, which could give someone the wrong impression. So Chizuru had to confront that and face that head on. Kazuya, in contrast, is kind of the same way. He's giving mixed signals. Chizuru gives mixed signals to us as the readers, right? We misinterpret her when she says stuff like that, and in turn, Umi could misinterpret her feelings, right? Because of how she phrased it to him when asked directly. In turn, Kazuya gives mixed signals to the girls around him in how he interacts and talks to them, right? He gives Minnie the wrong signals, right? By like not setting clear boundaries with her. He gives Mami the wrong signals by not setting clear boundaries with her. And of course, Ruka is another great example. Kazuya is dating Ruka, and he's in love with Chizuru, but he doesn't set clear boundaries with Ruka. Shouldn't the end of Hawaiians before the kiss be his true feelings? Before, like when he confesses to his family, he was just, well, yeah. those are his feelings, yeah. But what was the premise? He was protecting Chizuru. Yeah, he did say his feelings, but he didn't say them directly to her, openly and directly. Heck, here's a better one. No, that entire. What did Chizuru say about that entire sequence that you're talking about in Hawaiians? What did Chizuru say about that entire sequence? There were multiple reasons for it. There were multiple reasons for it. Right? There were many, many reasons for it. But you made me think of something that I'm slowly forgetting and I have to remember. Remembered it. I'm good. We're good. I remembered it. Thanks, brain. You're functioning. 344. This is when Kazuya and Minnie are scouting in Joypolis. They run into Mami. I'm so lame. It makes me sound so desperate. What does Umi say? I don't want to be lame by acting all jealous. Huh. I'm seeing a pattern here. It doesn't matter anymore. I've already decided I'm not going to have anything to do with them. If I keep getting involved, I'm only going to annoy myself. Then why did I say that? Mami has to confront her feelings. And Mami is moving. You see Mami, she's running away, but she's moving. She's running away, but she is moving. Now, listen to what Kazuya says here. If I ever saw Mami-chan again, I thought I'd hesitate more. I thought that her cuteness would overwhelm me, and I'd get weak and flustered. I thought that I'd be a mess like before. But that didn't happen. This feeling is the one thing that never changes. I lonely battle, challenge accepted. I can't rely on Yamori-san on the actual date. For starters, I even relied on Mizuhara the whole time to get me through the hardships with Mami-chan. Right? I'll show her how much I've grown. I have to learn how to love on my own. I love you, Mizuhara. Kazuya says this while sitting. In contrast, Mami is moving, but she's not speaking. Right? It's a silent I love you, if you will, whereas Kazuya speaks an I love you out loud. So, to me, it seems like Kazuya is being confronted with this exact question. This exact challenge. Right here. Say you love Chizuru. Say you love Chizuru. That's to me more so what this is. No any other reason for why you're saying it. Just say it because you want to. Don't say it for any other reason than the reason to say it. Right? This question is both for Mami, right? Because she doesn't want to keep getting her hopes up. She doesn't, that's the thing. Mami doesn't want to keep living a lie. I think Mami is trying to change. She doesn't want to keep living a lie. She's kind of sick and tired of living a lie. She wants to take more control over her life. Her life is still moving. Her life is still changing. She's done living in lies. But, and so that's why she keeps chasing her feelings, right? She's being honest to her feelings. But she doesn't want to just keep chasing her feelings in a very self-centered way with no possible outcome, right? And in contrast, right, there's feelings behind Mami's actions, right? There's very clear feelings behind Mami's actions. But she doesn't want to be wishy-washy anymore. Do you find it odd that the chapter is titled My Girlfriend and not the ex-girlfriend like in the past? So let me look at this real quick. See the chapter titles. My Girlfriend in the Moon, chapter 387. Let's compare those. So it's not my girlfriend, it's the girlfriend, for one. I do have to clarify that. It's the girlfriend. In particular, they wrote Kanojo. So they wrote Kanojo. So there's no possessive. I have to clear that up. There's no possessive. And I do think it's fascinating that it is just Kanojo. It's not ex-girlfriend, it's just Kanojo. And that is fitting. You're right. That is fitting. That is an important thing to point out. It's just the girlfriend and the school bag. So to me, this introduces something fascinating. This is not about mommy. This is about Chizuru. This entire chapter is not about mommy. It's about Chizuru. Everything about it is about Chizuru. That's the point. It's not about mommy. Mommy is center stage in this chapter. It's not about mommy. It should be girlfriend in the school. The girlfriend and the school bag. That should be the title. Not my, the. The reason they make it my, Kanojo, Chizuru, school bag, mommy. Yeah, the only connection mommy has to Kazuya is the school bag. Whereas the girlfriend is Chizuru. This entire chapter is about Chizuru. It's not about mommy. And we know this why. This entire chapter with Umi is not about Umi. It's about Kazuya. This entire chapter is not about Umi. It is about Kazuya. This rejection does not happen for Umi. It happens for Chizuru because of her feelings for Kazuya. It has nothing to do with Umi. He is literally not present in this chapter. He doesn't even move. This entire chapter is not about Umi. And he knows it. He knows this is not about him. He doesn't matter in this picture. This is for Chizuru showing to herself that she's serious about Kazuya's feelings. This is Chizuru showing to herself she's serious about Kazuya's feelings. Right? So this entire chapter is the very same way. This is not about that. Mommy is also Kazuya's metaphorical baggage. Oh, nice. Nice. That's a good one. That's a good one. She's literally Kazuya's baggage. Right. Oh my, that's a good one, right? Mommy is the baggage. Oh, the school bag, bro. Bro, mommy is literally Kazuya's baggage that he's not confronting. He can't, literally, it's about Kazuya's feelings for Chizuru and the baggage he has with mommy. The thing he refuses to confront. That's why it's not called the ex-girlfriend. It's not about mommy. Because we've seen chapters where it is about mommy. My girlfriend and the ex, or the girlfriend and the ex. Right? Chapter 5, it's literally right there. The ex, mommy, Nanami. This entire chapter is not about mommy. Well, we're gonna go write that now. I'm gonna go write that now. Excusez-moi. Excusez-moi. Chapter 400. Rent a Girlfriend is titled The Girlfriend in the School Bag. But mommy is Kazuya's ex-girlfriend. So why the title? Why does the title not reflect that? Simple. This chapter is not about mommy at all. Okay. Sorry, fellas, just give me a moment. Alrighty, let me. Dang it, I just downloaded the two. Where is it? Oh, okay. Son of a mother. My peak moment for the day is complete. Mommy is baggage. Congratulations. Okay. So yeah, that was a good catch. That was a good catch, Cyber Demon. I agree. Mommy is also Kazuya's metaphorical bat. Mommy is Kazuya's bat signal telling him, hey, you got lots of problems to deal with. Might want to get on that, chief. Might want to get on that, chief. Cutie Patootie versus Locked In. I still love that joke. Locked In. Okay. Also, I don't want to overthink it, but isn't it weird that Kazuya is thinking about the rental version of Chizuru? He's just missing her, man. I said I don't want to overanalyze, but it's not meaningless. I'd have to check the recent chapters, but doesn't he usually picture her differently when he thinks about her? In particular, he forgets the rental braid. So the fact that he sees it very clearly is a double meaning. Interesting, really interesting. Kazuya feels awkward with Mami around, and she seems just as mysterious as ever. If she took a picture of Kazuya's schedule, it probably means she wants to sync up her schedule. That would make sense. When Kazuya asks why she tried to call him before, Mami asks if Kazuya still, the teaser, loved her. I don't think we will be losing a lot of time here. Mami probably won't have an easy way out of that question, and Kazuya is also very much put on the spot. Next time for the teaser, high defense. I hope he's straight with her like Chizuru with Umi, but imagine he'll be in his head a bunch that and try and reflect the question. Come on, Kazi, show her how much you've grown. Reflect her, reject her immediately. See, that's the thing. It's I'm telling you, the you're missing the point of the question. You're kind of missing the point of the question. The question to me is more about a challenge of what Kazuya wants and what he's feeling. And considering Kazuya is having a crisis of identity at the moment, thematically, this question is a lot more than just the answer he gives. Honestly, I can't see him saying anything other than no. What really matters is he going to talk about Chizuru. I can see him hemming and hewing with and hawing and Mommy stopping him from answering. But yeah, I really want to see the conversation of why Chizuru is angry at her. It's not gonna happen just yet. It's Reiji, so I'm sure next chapter will begin with Kazuya hesitating or a momentary distraction will occur over the sideline. And she'll excuse herself before he can answer. No, I doubt it. No, to me, Mommy wants to confront this. Right? To me, Mommy wants to confront this. She knows how to present herself in the early summer. And Kazuya, you don't know where the focus should be. Speaking of which, wait, I don't even remember this. She's like a so okay, this part's so interesting. He calls Mommy a princess. Chizuru is the princess, right? Right? And Kazuya is distracted in this chapter. He keeps focusing on Mommy. Why the fuck is he focusing on Mommy so much? Right? His head is somewhere else. This is impossible. I can't focus at all. I never thought I'd see her here. Just being in the same room as her makes this awkward. Wait a second. This is a sight to behold. She's like a princess standing out in the dreary driving school atmosphere. It's like looking through a castle window in this otherwise male-ridden classroom. It's like looking through a castle window in this otherwise male-ridden classroom. This should sound familiar. Mitsuki Chizuru. This should sound familiar. This should sound familiar. Interesting. Her slender body, yet soft looking skin. She knows how to present herself in the early summer. Her family looked like they had a lot of money. Not that I'd know. If she were driving a fancy car, that'd make a perfect picture. I love it. The dialogue is so intentional. A perfect picture, right? What is Umi? A perfect picture. How does Mommy pose in the art Kana made for season 4? How does Mommy pose in the art Kana made for season 4? Or see, yeah, it was season 4. I was right. It's a perfect picture. It's literally a perfect picture. Look at this. This picture is the epitome of perfect, which makes it imperfect. The background, nothing there. Literally, the way mommy poses, the drink, everything is presented immaculately. It is the epitome of a perfect picture, right? It even has a little bow on top. It's perfect. And that's its deepest flaw, how perfect it appears, right? So there's a lot of subtle choices of dialogue here. She's like a princess standing out in this dreary driving school atmosphere. It's like looking through a castle window in the otherwise male-ridden classroom. A slender body, yet soft-looking skin. She knows how to present herself in the early summer, right? So her shoulders showing, very early summer. Her slender body, yet soft-looking skin, horny. Her family looked like they had a lot of money. This is interesting. Kazuya's never knew about mommy's money, right? That she comes from wealth. Actually, it seems like she really came here to take the class by herself. That's a pretty responsible thing for her to do for her future. Responsibility. Even Kazuya points it out. Mommy showed up here on her own. Nobody made her come here, right? Nobody made mommy come here. She showed up on her own. Her dad would actually be pretty content. Like, think about it for a second. Mommy's entire circumstances are completely the opposite of Kazuya's. Kazuya's dad wants him to get a license. He needs to get a license. Chizuru, in contrast, or sorry, not Chizuru, Mommy, in contrast, I'm so focused on Chizuru, I only see Chizuru. Mommy, in contrast, her dad wouldn't want her to drive. Why? She would have autonomy. We can't have that. Oh, that's trouble. We can't have that. I don't want you to have any control over your life, right? So her dad probably would not be okay with this. Not completely. Like, maybe like, yeah, sure, you can drive whatever, but you're not getting a car, right? So to me, mommy getting her driver's license is literally mommy trying to take charge over her future. But it's actually for her. Whereas Kazuya is doing it for Chizuru. Kazuya is doing it for his dad because his dad wants him to. But is any of this for him? Stop it. What am I thinking about? Focus on class. Focus on class. I'm going to fail. I'm so stupid. Now then, let's watch an example. An example. I'm supposed to choose my preferred days for class in this forum. With all the hands-on time, this is going to take a while. I'll be set back 5 days if I forget class even once. Can I really manage my schedule? I'm busy with job hunting and my work. I've already calculated that I'll be ready in a month and a half, though. Yeah, isn't Kazuya like doing too much? Doesn't it feel like Kazuya is doing too much? He's working on school, he has work, and on top of that, he has driving school. That feels like a lot of work. And if he fucks up in anything once, he's screwed. Well, I've got to be careful not to mess up my job hunt. I guess this is it. Huh? Oh, Mami-chan, what's up? Did you finish filling out your schedule for the classes? Oh, yeah, pretty much. See? Can I take a picture? God, you're so adorable. It's so goddamn cute. Sure. Yeah, okay. Feel free. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Multiple shots. She took 8 fucking shots. Oh my god, 8 shots. We're on the 8th anniversary. This is the 8th year of the series. It's a loop. It's a loop. Oh my god. She's continuing a cycle, and then in the end breaking the cycle, only to maybe repeat it. It's totally, completely fine. Overzealous, no worries. Wait, why'd she take a picture? She took a picture of my schedule. Was that really necessary? That's it for class today. Want to head out together? Mommy! I didn't realize Mommy was the one who said that. Mommy is the one that wants to walk out with him. All Mommy is doing here... Oh my... Look at them nails! Look at them nails! They've been bedazzled! Dude, look at that girl's nails! They're bedazzled! Goddamn! Girl, slay! Slay! So Mommy's the one who asked him to walk out together. She's already giving him signals. Literally the entire time, ever since this, she's easing him into it. Ever since this, she's already easing him into it. She was already giving a lot of signals of interest. Right? She took pictures of his schedule. She told him, let's walk out together. Like, you couldn't give any more clear hints of like what your interest is. The only thing I can think of is that she's trying to match her days with mine. It was only an hour, but that was kind of exhausting, huh? You think so? I feel fine. Oh, I see. I feel fine. Kazuya is tired, but Mommy is completely fine. I'm not tired. I know what I'm doing. Right? Mommy seems like Mommy is completely in order. Right? And thematically, you see this in how they're walking down the stairs. Kazuya needs to grab onto the rails. Right? Kazuya needs to grab onto the rails, and one hand is on the rail and one hand is holding his bag. You see this right here too. Kazuya holds the bag with one hand, whereas and then in the other his hand is completely free. Whereas here, Mommy holds the bag with two hands. Why is this interesting? In the cover, they're both holding the bag with both hands. In the cover, they're both holding the bag with both hands. Whereas here, Kazuya is holding the bag with one hand, and Mommy's holding the bag with both hands. Mommy faces him head on and holds the bag with both hands. Why is this important? It shows earnestness. She's serious. Chizuru also holds the bag she's holding with both hands. Umi half faces Chizuru, right? Kazuya, in contrast, faces Mommy, but he holds the bag with one hand, and then the other hand is empty. It's like Kazuya isn't totally serious, right? He looks serious. Visually, Kazuya looks serious. His body language expresses seriousness, but his hands don't. His intent is not as earnest as it appears. Whereas Mommy, ironically, of all fucking characters, holds the bag with both hands. She appears earnest. That's the irony. Kazuya isn't as earnest as he appears. Whereas Mommy is. Mommy is serious. She's given him very real inclinations. I'm interested. And then she straight up asks him, do you still love me? She's as serious as you can get. Right? Like she's being pretty confrontational about this. She's being pretty direct. She's giving very clear signals. Like as clear as you can get. Like her intent is quite clear. whereas Kazuya's intent isn't. And I think the bags actually kind of reflect that, right? Kazuya holds the bag with one hand and the other is free. Mami holds the bag with both hands, reflecting her earnestness, her seriousness. Right? And this is interesting because in chapter 394, I've mentioned this before, when Umi and his buddies leave this place, they talk about this person named Sakamichi and how they were supposed to go to this get-together. And they said, again, he lied last time. This time he said he's serious. And what do you see with Chizuru when you have the Umi rejection happen? Everything about her body language is showing I'm serious. Right? It's earnest. It's as earnest as you can get. She's holding her arms like this. It's as earnest as you can get. She faces him head on. Right? Kazuya, in contrast, is not facing Mami head on. Nor is he facing Chizuru head on. Nor is he even facing the driving school head on. Right? Well, what's interesting too, there's another cool, interesting thing here. Kazuya looks to the future and he fantasizes. He fantasizes about the future. Mami looks back. Mami turns back and looks to her past. And Kazuya literally looks like her past. Right? And she wants to sync up her schedule, and she wants to take autonomy over her life. Right? She's sitting forward, but she's looking back. Kazuya is sitting back, but looking forward. They're literally reverse of each other. Right? Kazuya is sitting back, looking forward. Mami is sitting front, looking back. So Mami, ironically, even here, she's walking away, she's walking forward, and she turns back. Whereas Kazuya is looking forward, but he's looking at his past. Right? All Kazuya is looking at is his past. Whereas Mami turns back to face her past. Isn't that interesting? It's like Mami is confronting her past. Mami is literally confronting her past. Mami is turning to look back at it. She's not turning away from her past, she's facing it. Mami is literally facing her past. Whereas Kazuya keeps thinking about the future, but looking at the past. How ironic. Mami wants to move forward. She literally starts walking forward. She's sitting in the place of forwardness of the future, but she faces the past because she needs to. How ironic that Mami, of all characters, is the one actually dealing with her fucking problems. Mami, of all fucking characters, is willing to face her past, whereas Kazuya keeps looking to the future, but literally facing the past. How ironic. That's thematically what this chapter is kind of about. It's literally it's getting literally face to face with your past. You have to face your past. I kind of think Kazuya somehow is going to indirectly help Mami gain the courage she needs and to make her sound off her family with a proclamation to be better and start making amends. I think Mami's whole thing is about taking charge over her own life, and no one's going to do it for her. That's to me what Mami's entire narrative is. No one is going to free Mami unless she wants to free herself. She has to free herself. She has to control her own life. She has to make her own happiness. She has to take charge of her life. So to me, the irony is Mami is literally in Chizuru's position. Mami needs to confront her past in order to move forward. Right? She's doing the stuff she does the cute stuff here, right? Because she wants to. She wants to do this stuff, but she's willing to face the future. So is Mami going to face Chizuru? Eventually. Not yet, but Kazuya is the thing she needs to confront right now. He is her past. He is the thing she needs to confront. Chizuru is kind of something Mami doesn't know how to confront yet. Right? But Kazuya is step one. This is Mami taking step one. Right? And that's why it parallels the whole Umi sequence. It's meant to be the same. It's literally meant to be the same. Mami is facing forward. She's literally looking to her future, but she needs to confront her past. Umi is literally that for Chizuru. Chizuru is facing the future, but she needs to confront her past. Umi is the past. She needed to confront him. She needed to overcome Umi. Umi was solely for Chizuru. It was nothing. She's doing it for her love for Kazuya. It's about Kazuya. It's not about Umi. It has nothing to fucking do with Umi. Umi literally doesn't matter in the picture. Whereas here, Kazuya does matter in the picture. But Mami has to confront him in order to move forward for her future properly. They're both baggage. It's all bags, lol. Yeah, it's literally all baggage. Kazuya is Mami's baggage. Mami is Kazuya's baggage. Mami is even Chizuru's baggage. It's literally all about bags. And whereas Mami holds her baggage with both hands, literally ready to properly lift it, Kazuya holds his baggage with one hand, not truly facing his baggage. Right? That's the idea to me. They also both literally have bags on them. Kazuya has a bag right over his chest. Mami has the bag to her side. It's like there's literal baggage over Kazuya's heart. There's a literal bag over Kazuya's heart. And they both have two bags. Literally, yeah. They both have two bags. Mami has a bag on her shoulder, right? One bag on her shoulder, whereas she holds the... Oh my god. They're inverses. I can't believe this. Kazuya has a bag centered right at his chest. Mami has a bag on her shoulder, uneven. Then you have Mami holding the bag with both hands, right? But then contrasted by Kazuya holding the bag with one hand. They're literally reversed. Mami is taking the school completely seriously, right? So the school thing, the bag that she's holding completely seriously is the school bag. She holds that with both hands. She's taking the school very, very seriously. Mami is taking the school extremely seriously. Kazuya isn't actually taking the school very seriously. That's what the bag means. I can't believe I didn't fucking process that. That's what the bags mean. Kazuya isn't taking the school very seriously. Hence why when they're coming down the stairs, he literally says, that was exhausting, and Mami's like, no, this is great. I'm fine. Right? To Kazuya, the school is overwhelming. To Mami, it isn't. She is very set in stone about confronting the school thing. Right? In contrast, Mami wears this particular bag, and I'm going to show you something kind of interesting. I bet none of you noticed this. Now, this isn't the same bag, but notice how she has a cute bag that literally cuts, like literally, it's like over her like this. It's like it's cutting through her chest, right? The bag is literally hanging across her chest. It's like this thing that's haunting her. Okay, here, the bag is to her side. Right, so Kazuya has baggage literally over his heart, whereas Mami has baggage on her shoulders. The baggage that she's putting to the side is probably Chizuru, right? The baggage she's putting to the side is probably Chizuru, whereas the baggage that's hanging over Kazuya's heart is reflective of Mami herself, right? So Kazuya is literally having to confront his baggage, right? The baggage that's hanging over his heart. Damn, there's a lot of good subtleties in this chapter. Confronting Kazuya first will make confronting Chizuru easier, as Kazuya is the last she can't escape, but also someone she hurt more than anyone, and if you can do that you can do anything. I mean, Mami isn't like fully confronting him, I'll be real. She isn't fully confronting him. That's why the bag is to her side, but she is confronting him about her feelings, right? Surprisingly, there aren't any plastic bags littered about, but this is Japan, so why would there be plastic bags littered about? That'd be kind of weird. I don't get it. One is moving forward by looking back, the other is moving backwards by looking forward. Yeah, yeah. One is looking forward by looking back. One is moving forward by looking back. Is that Kazuya? The other is moving backwards by looking forward. That's Mami. Yeah. Moving forward by looking back, his past. Moving backwards by looking forward. That's Mami. I thought the chest bag was for his family stuff, but I guess heartbreak and Mami go hand in hand for him. Well, that's the funny part. That's the funny part. Whereas the bag here, it's literally right over his heart. And what was the bag filled with before? All of his feelings, his effort and his money, his phone, his connection, the ring, and like all of his efforts. The bag being right over his heart reflects all of his efforts. Yeah, it's literally the bag literally reflects his baggage. It's all of the weight over his heart. The bag is literally all of the weight over his heart. So you don't think Kazuya will reject her next chapter? He will, but how it's gonna play out will dictate the importance of it. More bags to hammer the theme home, lol. Okay, we don't need to be egregious about this, okay? That just sounds egregious. Like, you don't need bags literally everywhere. What the fuck's the point of that? 4 sets of bags is plenty, right? You have Mommy's bag, Kazuya's bag, 2 school bags. I think that's plenty of bags, right? I also interesting here. You have these warning signs right before them, right? You have these walled off areas and warning signs right before them. Isn't that interesting? Right? This little area here is walled off. There's these like seemingly generators behind them that are walled off, and you have warning signs. That's interesting. This some interesting visual details. Kazuya having the baggage on the side kind of seems he's putting Chizuru to the side. No. The bag right here being to the side reflects how he's not really serious about the school. That's to me more so what this means. Kazuya is not serious about the school and in turn not really serious about Mami. Mami, in contrast, is very serious about the school and holding the bag with both hands, right? And you see that literally when they're coming down the stairs, right? Bag in both hands, bag in both hands. Kazuya, in contrast, always holds the bag with one hand. He's not really serious about the driving school. He doesn't give a shit about it. Whereas the bag over his heart reflects his feelings for Chizuru, but it's literally covering his heart. It's literally baggage over his heart, right? It's baggage he's not confronting, and that baggage connects to Mami, right? This literal black thing, like literally, look at it. Doesn't this look like a gash? Doesn't this look like a gash over his chest, right? It's like you cut open his chest and his heart is right there. That to me reflects Kazuya's big flaw, right? That there's this bag over his chest, right? He's trying to look cool, but he's not really himself. This is more so Kazuya's baggage, right? These 2 bags are 2 different things, right? And in the cover, both of them hold the bags with both hands. They both look very earnest about this, right? Whereas in the end of the chapter, one is very earnest and one isn't. Bags falling from the sky. There's bags in those bags. If you want to go further, Mami and Kazuya have bags under their eyes. They don't have bags under their eyes. What the fuck you talking about? I don't see no bags. Fuck you. Those Japanese characters between Kazuya and Mami. What Japanese characters? Oh, these? What does this read? Driving school? Hey, Crumpy, what does that read? What? Now I'm curious. What does the Japanese characters between Mami and Kazuya read? Okay. First day of the driving school. I'm already smelling trouble. Please do not take your eyes off the road while driving. Oh. So this one, entrance for reception. That's what it reads. I see. Please don't take your eyes off the road while driving. Yeah. What is Kazuya doing? Oh, that's so fitting. Oh, thematically, that's so fitting. What is happening for most of this? Oh, what is happening for most of the chapter? Kazuya is not looking at the road. Kazuya isn't looking at... Oh my god, they're in classroom 3. They're in classroom 3. Are you shitting me? They're in classroom 3. A lucky number. It's Kazuya's number. It's literally Kazuya's number. And then right next to the classroom, it's the signals for driving. What happens when we get here? Mami is facing forward. She's properly driving, if you will. Kazuya is not looking at the road. He's looking at Mami. And even when he looks at the road, he's fantasizing. He's somewhere else. Right? So literally, Kazuya's eyes are not on the road. Whereas Mami has a moment to turn back and actually knows the road. Right? Mami's actually facing the road. Even, oh my god. Dude. When she faces him, both hands on the papers. When she wants to take a picture, both hands on her phone. When she walks out, both hands on her bag. Both hands. Both hands. The one time she takes her hand off is just to say bye. And she literally mirrors him. And even then, both hands, completely faces him, both feet facing him. The element of duality is so central here. Mami's literally facing the road. And then they're literally between the entrance to reception. Right? It's like Mami is literally entering the reception, if you will. The chapter, dude. The chapter starts in the reception hall. The chapter starts in the reception hall, and it ends with the reception being in between them. This is literally their reception. The entrance to reception. Right here. They're literally having a moment of the entrance to the reception. That's what's happening right here. That's what's going on. That's so fitting. That's literally so fitting. The entrance to reception. Now they're actually dealing with the real problem. Bro. It's like they're entering a classroom. This is the reception to start the class. This is their class. The chapter focuses on the driving class, and then this, in contrast, focuses on the love class, if you will. This is the reception to the class of love, in contrast to the reception to the driving school, right? In terms of love, Mami's is to the side, but she's very earnest about the driving school. In terms of love, Kazuya is very earnest about love, but he's not very serious about the driving school. He has a lot of baggage when it comes to love, whereas Mami has the baggage to her side. Right? Kazuya has a lot of baggage when it comes to love. A lot of history with love. Mami's bag is significantly smaller and to her side. She doesn't have as much baggage, and Mami's bag is much cuter than Kazuya's. It's actually more cute and transparent, and it has lines and crosshatches on it, whereas Kazuya's is very clear. So Mami's love is a little more bedazzled, if you will. Who will be in defense mode next chapter? Kazuya, right? Yeah. It's totally Kazuya. It's totally Kazuya. He's maybe gonna assume she's on defense mode, right? Because if you look at this scene, Mami is, being pretty defensive around Kazuya. If you think about it from Kazuya's POV, oh no, she's being really defensive right now. Maybe I've put her on edge because of how I'm acting. I didn't mean to bother her, blah blah blah, things like that, right? In reality, when Kazuya says this, he's the one being defensive. She's adorable here. I called it. No more toxic shenanigans from her. I've been saying this for a while. And the warning thingies, Mami is looking at them, Kazuya isn't. The warning thingies? You mean these are the cones? Well, the cones are behind Kazuya. Mami is facing reception. The reception is behind Kazuya. It's literally in between them. So Kazuya is not facing the reception. Mami is. She's looking at the entrance. Can I go in? Am I allowed to? Right? Am I allowed to go in to this place? Am I allowed to enter reception or am I not? Let me grab a little bit of food and then we can keep going. Food. Kazuya is looking at Mami instead of the road or the cones. Oh, he's not looking at the goddamn signs. Oh my god. He's literally not looking at the goddamn signs. Oh my god, it's all there. The entrance sign is behind him. The cones are behind him. While Mami faces the road signs. She faces the sign to the reception she can read. She sees the cones behind him. Mami is seeing all of the signs, Kazuya isn't. The signs are literally all right there. He's just not seeing them. Holy shit. Oh god, it's all there. That's so good. Bro, it's all there. She's looking earnest here, similar to Chizuru. It's not the face she used to have. Meanwhile, Reddit is being Reddit. He's ignoring warning signs like how he ignored Nagomi's warnings. Yep. Nagomi did warn him last chapter. Right? If you remember, what did Nagomi say? You should have told me sooner than that, not just your hair. You've got to learn to take initiative or else the job hunting will eat you alive. Right? He's not taking initiative. What did Mami do? What has Mami been doing this whole time? Taking initiative. Right? She took initiative with the school. She took initiative with talking to Kazuya about his schedule. She took initiative to take pictures, and she took initiative to ask him. Right? All Mami has been doing is taking the initiative. Whereas Kazuya isn't. Kazuya is not taking the initiative. I love how she's so shadowed out. And again, it looks a lot like Umi. It really does look a lot like Umi. But God, she's like absolutely hidden in shadow. It's like Mami's a total mystery too, right? You know her exact intent right here. Her intent here, super clear, right? It's so fucking obvious. It's so in her face. It's so obvious. Here, why is Mami asking this? What the fuck? Why is Mami suddenly asking this? What the fuck? That's why she's in shadow. You have no fucking clue. You don't know why she's asking. What's her intent? Right? Kazuya's reaction, plain as view. Mami, you don't know why she's asking. And next chapter will clarify that. Right? Closure? Probably. I think closure is maybe a part of it, but I think a big part of it is actually she's trying to draw a line. Like, what is... I don't think it's closure. Not really. Mami has not really had closure yet. And she's still chasing him, clearly so. So to me, this isn't closure. This is Mami wanting to draw a clear line. Okay, if I have a chance, I want this to work. If I have a chance, I want to try. That's what this feels like to me. If there is even a chance, I want to try. That's what this feels like to me. Right? If there's even a slightest chance, I want to try, but I want to make the line clear. I don't want to pursue something that's hopeless. That's kind of what this feels like to me. I don't want to pursue something that's hopeless. So to me, this is Mami kind of confronting Kazuya and seeing the signs. She wants to see what's going on, right? There are clear signs that he likes Chizuru, but it's been months. It's been months, and seemingly nothing has changed, right? It's been literally 6 months, and nothing has seemingly changed. So she just wants to know. Like, Kazuya and Chizuru still aren't dating. If I got a chance, I'm gonna fucking take it. I feel like something bad is going to happen soon, and it won't be Mami related. What do you mean? I don't see anything bad happening. Well, the bad thing that's gonna happen is like Kazuya's already screwing up shit with Chizuru, and that he's gonna have to come face to face with that and realize how he's been fucking up the whole time. To me, the bad stuff that might be happening soon is like stuff that's gonna make the characters feel more alive. Pretty much, Kazuya has to confront pain in order to truly change and evolve. And to me, it feels like Mami is trying to confront this stuff, you know? So I feel like what Reiji's building up to is a confrontation of this stuff, you know? Reiji to me has only been building towards a confrontation, right? He's intentionally building towards a big confrontation. And I think that's the bad thing that I could see happening is like a big confrontation that's going to occur between the characters. And that's the thing that's gonna have to happen, in my opinion. That's kind of what we're building towards. There's a lot of like shit just brewing, and Kazuya is not facing any of it, right? So yes, Kazuya is ignoring signs. Like there are very clear signs, and Kazuya is very much ignoring them. What if Mami's trying to tell Kazuya what she was gonna tell him at the pool right before the fairy incident that he never showed for? That's like 2 years ago. It's like 2 fucking years ago. What if Nagomi gets hospitalized again since last chapter had a callback to chapter 1 and the play is going to be Kazuya's movie arc? That's not necessarily off. That seems reasonable. Not as bad as losing Chizuru, but just drama. They can't keep turning their backs on their long-standing issues. Yep. Well, that's the thing. I feel like Chizuru is just actually trying and Kazuya isn't. I feel like Chizuru is trying and Kazuya fucking isn't. Yeah, there's issues with Chizuru. Don't get me wrong. There's some issues with Chizuru, but Kazuya is the one who's like not fucking talking to her. Whereas Chizuru has always been fucking hard on herself. And he knows this. And she's gonna beat herself up and try to put him first to her own detriment. Because we literally saw this in the date. Remember, I already came to this conclusion like last stream, if you don't remember. Like last stream I did, we literally realized like what the fuck was going on with Chizuru. We're like, oh shit. When I'm mostly thinking of Kazuya and Minnie when I say turning their backs. I mean, yeah, that's pretty accurate. It's literally both. It's literally those two. They're literally the only two not actually fucking moving. Everyone else is actually like living. Whereas Kazuya is almost content not living anymore and lying to himself that he's moving. Right, but yeah, Kazuya is definitely ignoring signs. Did Mami ever really consider Kazuya to be some kind of abuser towards Chizuru, or was that just her to dissuade her? She was gaslighting Chizuru. She didn't actually believe that. No, Mami knows. She's just gaslighting Chizuru. What Mami was doing when she was calling Kazuya an abuser was kind of a multi-layered thing, where she was essentially just trying to get confirmation for her own bias towards Chizuru's feelings for Kazuya, right? She's trying to like force her own trauma onto Chizuru, and in turn, if Chizuru reacts as she expects she would react because she's fucking gaslighting her, Mami's perception and jealousy gets proven true. Oh, Chizuru isn't actually serious, you know. But even though Mami's literally gaslighting her and forcing her into this situation. And so in turn, Mami validates her own feelings. She didn't actually perceive Kazuya as an abuser. It was all just to validate her own anger at Chizuru, who she actually perceived as the abuser. She wanted to perceive Chizuru as the abuser, knowing full well she isn't. She wanted to see her that way. And it's literally, that's the whole point. Mami wanted to see her that way, just as many of the readers want to see Chizuru that way. That's why Mami's written like this. Mami's written as a character who uses her trauma to disguise her envy. And that's exactly what a lot of readers do. They use their trauma as an excuse to be angry at Chizuru. They look for patterns they're all too familiar with to excuse their behavior towards Chizuru. When in reality, if you actually fucking engage with Chizuru for like 2 seconds, you know she's a very earnest person. And you know she wouldn't just do what she did for no fucking reason. Like she's probably doing it for a very particular reason. And that reason is probably so Kazuya can focus on his goddamn future, because he's literally not doing that. He's literally putting that to the side, and she would do that to her own detriment. She would gladly do that to her own detriment if it means he's actually like has a good future for himself. Because Kazuya fucking refuses to. He's shown repeatedly he fucking refuses to. Right? And if the way she gets him to do it is she like fucking sacrifices herself, then she will goddamn do that. Because Chizuru always puts the people she loves first. That's Chizuru. That's what she fucking does. And all we've seen is Chizuru actually losing focus. So, there you go. Let's see if this is like it seems. Mami's trying to redeem herself. No. See, that's the thing where I say she has a bag to her side. I don't know about redemption. No. That's the thing Mami's ignoring. This is where I heavily disagree. Nothing about this is redemption. This is Mami trying to take control over her life. That's it. Nothing about this is redemption. Nothing. Mami has not actually confronted her problems. She hasn't. What she's trying to do is take control over her life. Those are two different things. Taking control over your life and redeeming yourself or atoning for your past mistakes, those are two completely different things. Mami did not atone for shit. Mami is not redeeming herself for shit. She just looks cute. If you genuinely think this is fucking redemption, you're deluded. Genuinely, I don't fucking kid you. If you think this is redemption, you're fucking deluded. Nothing about this is redemption. She has not atoned for anything she's done. Nothing. She has not atoned for a single thing she's done. She's just confronting herself. She's trying to take control over herself. And that will lead to redemption. That will lead to atonement. Because in controlling yourself, you inevitably lead to the point where you can control your issues. Mami here is still ignoring her issues. Right? Mami here is still ignoring her issues. But she's doing a very similar thing to Kazuya, which will lead her to actually deal with her issues. What is that? Kazuya is running away from his problems. He's running away from pain. But he's running. And that's what matters. He's moving. That's what matters. Which inevitably led him back to confronting his issues, aka a collision course with Mami. Pun intended. Mami, in contrast, is not dealing with her issues. She's not confronting the fact that she did horrible shit to Chizuru, and in turn did horrible shit to Kazuya. But she is confronting her feelings for him. Mami is clearly confronting and being honest with her feelings for him. However, in being honest to her feelings, she must in turn inevitably come to terms with the fact that she did horrendous shit to him. She hasn't done that yet. But in facing her feelings, she will inevitably do that. Do you see what Reiji's setting up now? That's what he's setting up. Kazuya running away inevitably led him to a collision course with the things that he's ignoring, his baggage, if you will. Mami, in turn, is facing her baggage, if you will, for Kazuya. In particular, she's taking autonomy over her freedom, over what she wants. She knows what she wants in terms of the school. And she's trying to face what she wants in terms of Kazuya. What she's not facing is the horrible shit she did. In turn, she hasn't redeemed herself for jack shit. Don't go pretending like she has. The question is interesting for various reasons. I guess in the original Japanese, Mami asked if Kazuya still likes her, not loves. Oh, so she used Suki. Ambiguity is probably what she's seeking, because for Kazuya, it might be a lighter question, and Mami can give herself the hope or illusion that there's still something happening between her or Kazuya. No, she probably just used Suki. If it's just Suki, that's just how you ask it. She's not... I do agree, there is a bit of hope and illusion there. But Mami is actually trying to draw a line. It's a perfectly middle ground where it's like literally she's trying to draw on a line and maybe trying to look past illusions. And I think that's what's fascinating. It's like Mami is literally being placed in Chizuru's position. She's trying to look past illusions while literally being trapped in one. She's literally seeing the signs. She's literally looking at the signs. She knows what's going on. Mami asked this question knowing full well there's a real chance Kazuya will just say no, and he has feelings for Chizuru. Literally, that's the whole point. She's literally looking at the signs. She sees the warning signs. She sees the entrance sign. She knows, hey, I could be fucked. She asked this anyway, right? It's part dreaming, right? She's believing. She's dreaming in what she actually wants to do. Right? She sees Kazuya dreaming, and she chooses to dream herself, right? What is Mami seeing here? She's seeing Kazuya dreaming about Chizuru. In turn, she chooses to dream herself. Is this deluded? No, it's not an illusion, and it's not just purely hope. It's Mami actually trying to live. She's trying to actually have faith, which is good. It's good. It's just she's not facing bad shit she did. I really love Mami. My flair is there precisely for her. My flair. She might be the most interesting character in the series. To be fair, though, I'm not really interested in anything Kazuya is doing besides him talking to Mami. I really could care less about him getting a driver's license, though it's important he has the date for Chizuru. Umi's meeting can't come fast enough. Can't wait to see how things will down, blah, 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 blah. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. At this point, definitely is trying to get to chapter 400. Ha! You're silly if you think Reishi isn't trying to shoot for 1,000. You're silly if you think Reiji isn't trying to shoot for 1,000. But you're also silly if you think Reiji isn't actually going to have them get together before, like very soon. And, like, actually get back to them being together very soon. Like, Reiji is setting up for some big shit, okay? And it's happening fast. Like, seriously, if you told me in chapter 400, Mami would just outright ask Kazuya, do you love me? Do you still love me? Do you genuinely think, like, this is fast-paced? Literally, this is super fast-paced. we're dealing with like big shit right away. Like let's go over this a little bit. Like seriously, let's go over this a little bit. Okay. Chapter 385, Chizuru kisses Kazuya. There's a bit of a status quo for 386, 387, 308, 389. There's a bit of a status quo. Chizuru sets the new deadline in chapter 390, having realized they're not moving. Suddenly, Minnie relays this information to Kazuya. 393, a little bit of a status quo, but we set up goals. We're setting up goals now, right? 394, 395, Chizuru rejects Umi. Holy shit, what just fucking happened? This is big. In 2 chapters, this whole big thing just gets resolved. Right? There's still more to it, yeah, but we had like a big thing conveyed to us in 2 chapters. This is massive. Then, 396, Kazuya panics. 397, he asks her out, and Chizuru seemingly seems very in love. You're like, what the fuck? 398, another big reveal. Chizuru was not in control at all. 399, another major reveal. Kazuya changes his hair. Chapter 400, Mami asks Kazuya if he's still in love with her. Do you see how, like, the pacing is insane? It's really, really fast. Like, Reiji's, like, picking up the pace nonstop, and it seems like, and if, to me, if this is an indicator of things, we're gonna get more of this. To me, it feels like we're gonna get more of this. This is just gonna keep happening. More of this is gonna keep happening. And Reiji's just gonna keep... Okay, confront this issue, confront this issue, confront this issue, confront this issue. It's literally nonstop confronting issues. And that's what Reiji, to me, is setting up. It's like, okay, next issue, next issue, next issue, nonstop. You're not going to get a break. And that's, I think, the whole point, is that the floodgates have been opened, and there's no going back. Right? The floodgates have been opened, and there's literally no going back. And that's how the Reiji is setting this up. Reiji's setting this up so that, okay, the floodgates have been opened. There's no going back. There's no more barriers. There's no more comfort. Comfort is gone. You're not going to get comfortable anymore. There's no more comfort. We're going to actually face these fucking problems. And that's what Reiji's literally doing right now, right? Reiji's literally exploring this stuff and not only fixing these things, but dealing with the things the characters are just not confronting. In particular, Kazuya, right? And that's why Kazuya's change is happening so rapidly. That's why there's so much rapid change happening. That, to me, is the point. That we're so busy looking at the wrong change, right? We're looking at the wrong change. We think we understand what's changing. We don't actually know what's changing. What is the full list of things she has to atone for? Like, if we're being exhaustive and charitable to her. Mostly Hawaiians. Mostly Hawaiians. So, like, gaslighting Chizuru, shit-talking Kazuya and his family. And I don't mean just, like, shit-talking them. You can shit-talk someone and feel bad about it, but, like, shit-talking them behind their back and particularly going after Chizuru, and then literally attacking Kazuya, Chizuru, and gaslighting Kazuya's family into attacking Chizuru. Right? What else did she do? She went after Ruka, too. Right? She tried to get, like, she tried to rope Ruka into this and make her do horrendous shit, too. What else has Mami done? She was very invasive, right? She was very invasive in certain ways. Like, so for example, there are things that are not too bad. So for example, when Mami rents Chizuru for the very first time, that's not particularly bad, right? Because, okay, yeah, you've been lied to this whole time. Fair. I guess I can see that. Fair. I can see you, like, realizing you're a little pissed that you've been lied to this whole time. But, you know, it doesn't exchange the fact that she was being kind of shitty about it. There's also coercion. She tried to force money onto Chizuru in Hawaiians. So Chizuru would do what she says. She toyed with their ring. So their precious family ring, she, like, fucking toyed with it and tossed it around. What else? She lied straight to Kazuya's face. And, like, literally told him, oh, I won't hurt Chizuru. Literally goes straight after Chizuru. She literally emotionally abuses Kazuya. She gaslights the shit out of Kazuya. She emotionally abuses Chizuru, and Chizuru lets her. Because Chizuru is a good person. Mami knows this. She almost gets Chizuru fired from her job just out of sheer fucking spite. Like, out of sheer dumb spite, she tries to get Chizuru fired from her job. She tries to go after her career and, like, literally, like, make her look like a terrible person in public. And I'm like, dude, that's like, what the fuck? Like, literally, she was gonna, like, her actions could have really hurt Chizuru's career. Which is ironic considering Mami's actions almost hurt Chizuru's career, and here is Kazuya impacting Chizuru's career by not being with her. By not, even though he's claiming to support her. Right? Kazuya is claiming to support Chizuru. He's literally not being with her and helping her out when she clearly needs it. And she said she needs it. But she's not going to ask him of this because he knows she would never ask. How ironic, right? Kazuya knows how Chizuru acts, and he's choosing to look away. And it's impacting Chizuru's acting. Clearly. I don't know, man. I feel like Reiji makes Kazuya fix his relationship with the other girls. There won't be much left in the history after Kazuya and Chizuru get together. That's not what Reiji's doing. Reiji isn't trying to fix Kazuya's relationships with the other girls. Rather, it's confronting what Kazuya's been doing around them. Their relationship isn't gonna magically get fixed, and it's not gonna just magically happen. What Reiji's doing is confronting in particular what Kazuya is doing with these other girls. How he's dealing with them. It's all centered around his feelings around Chizuru. It's not necessarily about these characters. This isn't about Mami. This is about what Kazuya is doing in regards to Chizuru and how it relates to Mami. He's not actually fixing his relationship with Mami. Not really. Not yet. There's just a lot of things Kazuya has not confronted, and Kazuya and Mami both need to confront these things. That Mami and Kazuya interestingly have a paralleling arc, so people don't realize this. In the very start of the series, this is so fucking interesting. I learned this recently from a Japanese fan. This shit is so interesting. In literally chapter 1 of the series, there's a line Kazuya says. Right here. You don't even like us, but you play this game of pretend love with us. Okay. This is interesting. Why? In Japanese, right here, Mami says, these people who say they're in love, they're all playing make-believe, every single one of them. She actually uses Kazuya's exact line. They're playing a game of pretend love. They're pretending. She uses Kazuya's exact line here. And this plays directly into the thing I've been describing and how Kazuya and Mami actually have a paralleling arc. Kazuya and Mami have a directly paralleling arc. So isn't it interesting that last chapter literally has a flashback to chapter 1 right here. A flashback to chapter 1 of pretend love. When Kazuya was talking about making something real, making a dream come true, Kazuya is literally returning to his origins. And in chapter 1, he talked about pretend love. And then now we come full circle to Mami, who said the same exact line as him. Wanting to upset at pretend love. And yet, what's happening? They're both pretending. They're both acting. Kazuya is pretending like he's actually serious about the driving school. And he's acting like this is all for Chizuru. When it's all for him and what he wants. He's pretending. Right? He's pretending he's serious. He's not. In contrast, Mami is acting out love with Kazuya. Right? She's giving signals she's serious. Right? She's doing all of this stuff, and she asks this question. Is this not just pretend love? Right? Is this not just a big act? So Kazuya being confronted with a character who had to confront the fact that she was just pretending and has to live with that. Now Mami has to face the truth, right? Mami is seemingly trying to face the truth, not just pretend. She's trying to have something serious. She doesn't just want to pretend, right? So that's the setup here. Kazuya called Ruka a pathological liar. Turned out to be Mami for a good while. I wonder if he said something else that's set up to be somebody else. I would love a video of Johan like that. List of things to atone things done wrong or right for every character. I don't like that. I don't like this idea because people will spin that into terrible things. I mostly say it specifically for Mami. and maybe Kazuya. Chizuru is more than atoned. Like for the shit she pulled. And even then, like I feel like it wasn't just her. In contrast, I feel like Kazuya hasn't really done all that much, to be honest. He's atoned for the beginning of the series, but he's actually started doing shitty things now. Mami needs to atone for her shit. And then Ruka's fucked up, but she's trying. I feel like Ruka is trying, and I feel like she doesn't really need. She shouldn't feel that bad about anything. And Sumi, let's never fucking talk about Sumi. It's fast-paced in that I expect the whole mini arc of them having a little interactions, and even then, I wasn't hoping for direct question when she knows he's going to give her the REM treatment. Does she, though? Mami doesn't really know that. Not really. All Mami has had is, like, fateful interactions with him. Like, Mami doesn't really know if she's going to get the REM treatment. He's still not with Chizuru. Right? Isn't that the basis for why Umi kept confessing to Chizuru? She's still not with Kazuya. Okay, then. I'm going to keep fucking trying. Why should... Do you see the logic? It's like, why should I give up? You're not dating the person. You're not in a relationship with them. Do you like, you claim to love them, but you're not with them. I'm going to keep fucking trying. She's all but tried to cancel Chizuru IRL even before she knew she was a rental. She tried to steal Kazuya from her twice. I rewatched season 4 of the anime a few days ago, and my impression improved. It has its low points, but the good moments are worth it. That's pretty much my take on season 4. Playing chicken with love is one way to take it to absolute disaster. Neither of them really healed from their relationship. They both went about it in the most destructive ways possible. Pretty much. Don't forget, guys, so say something in the Twitch chat. Oh, yeah. I, like, totally forgot about Twitch. Dude, I still haven't done anything for Twitch, man. There's so much stuff I haven't done, and I don't know where to even start with this stuff. Okay. Let's keep going with Reddit. You complaining about Reiji and then Rikobari instead of K-manga. Well done. Now that's all I call being consistent. It wasn't available on my location before. Okay, well, to be fair, yeah, if they don't have it in your location, but... I'm pretty sure Kazuya won't answer her question, at least not in a definitive fashion. Kazuya will think about her answer, and enough time will pass when Mami retracts the question. That way, the issue can be put forward but remain unresolved, while giving Kazuya a pass for not answering the question. This is Reiji, setting up a hook to sell the next chapter and delivering an intentionally anticlimactic to drag the story further along to what he does. After all, we need material to reach chapter 800. I'm not even going to bother addressing this, man. This is so fucking shallow. I'm not even going to bother addressing that. Kazuya, my man, do not fail us. Do not fail your girl. No, Kazuya can answer this question. The problem is the premise of the question. Like, Kazuya is going to answer this. Like, look, okay, my bet. This person's going to be wrong. My bet, that person's just going to be straight wrong. Kazuya is going to answer it. Kazuya will tell her, like, no, I'm sorry, like, I don't. But there's going to be more to this, you know? I really thought the new hair would keep bothering me, but I'm already used to it, obviously, but he's still him. Kazuya with black hair is still Kazuya, and we get a double dose of this chapter. Mami's presence made this a chapter about their awkwardness and unfinished business, along with Kazuya's appreciation for pretty girls. Honestly, this goofy dork keeps pulling gorgeous ladies. He should really have more confidence than he does. And what's going on with Mommy? It's really ambiguous, but the photo of this schedule should mean either A, she's planning to schedule to match his to get time with him, or B, she's doing the exact opposite, scheduling to avoid him. It's definitely going to be A, and the end question, classic lack of cliffhanger. This is Kazuya's chance to really end the whole Mommy thing, but she's got her own feelings to deal with and some serious amends to make. So I suspect it'll take longer than a chapter. Yeah, I don't think it will be resolved as we expect. Like, okay, let's think about this for a second. How would Kazuya respond? Like, what's Kazuya's classical response here? To me, I kind of agree with Veracast to some degree of Kazuya somewhat deflecting. Oh, why do you ask? Right? Right. I could see Kazuya asking, "Why do you ask?" But I can also see Kazuya just actually being direct, because what does Kazuya want to do? What is Kazuya's big driving factor? He's serious about Chizuru. Right? Kazuya is serious about Chizuru. Okay, if he's serious and another girl says, "Do you still love me?" then he should say no. Right? The obvious answer is to say no. Definitely going to deflect. That's what he always does. Yeah, it feels like Kazuya might want to deflect, but I could see this being a moment of self-reflection. That's what's going to be interesting. He could deflect and in turn reflect, right? Because Kazuya's whole thing has been reflections. He talks to AI. So it would be interesting if this ends up being a moment of self-reflection for Kazuya. Kazuya's pretty serious about Chizuru. I think he will answer Mommy's question as well, right? It would be interesting if Kazuya is just like, "I don't love you, but I want to be friends." That would be interesting. Big driving factor. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Yeah. No, I think from what I'm seeing, so there's a bit of a visual ambiguity here. When we look at the Umi confrontation, there's a lot less visual ambiguity. In particular, Reiji does a lot of straightness. Very, very straight lines. Umi's avoiding this, knowing full well what's coming. And Reiji draws a straight line because we're supposed to read it straight. The whole thing with Umi is that we were supposed to read it straight. Literally, Umi's about to get his ass fucking rejected. Okay? In contrast, look at the scenery with Kazuya. Look at the scenery. It's not straight at all. There's a lot happening here, visually speaking. There's a lot going on. The background is full of things. There's so much going on. It's literally like, because there's history here. There's a lot of history here. So it's not, to me, Chizuru was drawing a line here with Umi because the things between them are very clear. There's a lot of stuff behind them, but there's a straightness to the image. There's a sense of clarity to the image, right? And it was conveying something very different. Here, there's just there's no straight line, right? There's a path, but the path ends, and it literally, oh my god, it's the same. Kazuya is at the end of his road. Oh my god, it literally is the same. Kazuya is kind of at the end of his road. Holy crap, oh my god, it's the same. Oh my god, it's the same. He's at the end of his road. These signs, you put these here because they're the end of the road. These are parking spots. Kazuya is literally at the end of his road. The layout of the panel looks like someone who's been unexpectedly confronted by something he's been averting his gaze from. He looks out of place, put on the spot. Yeah. Right? Kazuya definitely feels like he's being put on the spot. Even the AC machines in the background look like buildings. Yeah. Yeah, Kazuya definitely looks out of place here, in a sense. Whereas Umi looks perfectly in place. Right? Umi is literally where he belongs. Everything about Umi here is like almost literally where he belongs. Whereas Kazuya looks out of place here in some ways. And Umi, oh my god, Umi and Kazuya are literally reversed. Holy shit. Umi and Kazuya are literally reversed. Umi wears all black with a white inside. Kazuya wears white with a black inside. Mami wears like a light summer dress in contrast to Chizuru, which wears a black dress. Umi half faces Chizuru. Kazuya fully faces Mami, but he only holds the bag with one hand. Umi has a bag on his back. Kazuya has a bag on his front. Umi, you can see the night sky. You literally see the moon in the background. You can see the night sky. Deep down, Mami was always better than Chizuru. She just had bad luck in life. Ah. Y'all are so stupid. Y'all are so fucking stupid. Dumbest fucking take I've ever fucking seen. Mami had bad luck in life. Bitch, she chose to gaslight and attack people. She chose this. Chizuru goes out of her way to care for other people. Mami goes out of her way to be spiteful. Yep. Mami is better than Chizuru. I am big-brained. My brain is big. I got a big brain, bro. I'm cooking. Oh yeah, I'm cooking something tasty. It literally smells like dirt. Umi looks like he's part of a movie scene. Yeah. Right? Umi parallels the buildings behind him. Whereas Kazuya, the buildings tower, like literally you can't see the sky with Kazuya. You can only see the building behind him, right? With Kazuya, it doesn't lift up to the sky. Rather, it's down to earth, right? Everything about it is fundamentally reversed. Right? Everything with Kazuya's is down to earth. With Umi's, it's literally in the heavens. Right? The moon is literally behind Umi. It's literally haunting Umi. Right? Whereas here, it's literally super grounded. It's antithetical to fantasy. Everything about this is antithetical to fantasy. I missed your opinion on how Kazuya looks like the creator of the manga. Okay, so these people are dipshits, like straight up. Reiji literally did not comment on this specifically because his editing team is like, this is too much of a shit show. Like, just don't. Like, Reiji probably considered commenting, and his editing team is probably like, bro, this is too much of a shit show. Don't bother. Because it's so unbelievably unhinged and stupid. It is the stupidest thing I have ever fucking heard. Like, it is so utterly childish that people actually think this. Like, they're goddamn children. They literally inserted their own narrative and said, yeah, this is real. Ooh, woo. This must be the truth. Ooh, woo. Fucking children. Anyways. So, yeah. Everything about this thing with Mami feels so interesting. Okay, so Mami's dress, I want to talk about that for a second. Mami's dress, there's a professionalism to it. It has collars, right? There's a professionalism to it. It has collars, but it has those frills around it. It has these frills around it, which makes her look like royalty, right? So the entire visual image of Mami is kind of like royalty, but there's a straightness to it too. It's a one-piece dress which ironically mirrors Chizuru in some ways. Right? Chizuru doesn't wear a one-piece dress, Mami does. His actions are what's driving the story, so yeah, he's the author of his love life. We're talking about Kazuya? Are we talking about what are we talking about here? I'm confused. Yeah, the other thing I've noticed too, this is the interesting part. Every confrontation with Umi that Chizuru has been on a road, an open road, or a very straight path. Every confrontation Chizuru has had with Umi has been like on something that's like straight. Every confrontation that Kazuya has had with other people has been like this, ambiguous, unclear, right? And it's literally because Kazuya doesn't set proper boundaries, right? So this is the thing that's kind of like being built around that. Show me your shirt. Give me a sec. Okay. Let's keep going with Reddit for now, I guess. Yeah, this was an interesting comment. So majestic. Mommy's stare explains a lot of things. She's bad news as always. Also, isn't Kazuya supposed to hate her for the things she did and not the other way around? You seem oddly new to this. This person seems oddly new, clearly not keeping up with what's going on. He doesn't blame her for how the Hawaiians went down. In fact, nobody does. As frustrating as the readers seeing Chizuru's POV with Mami at Hawaiians, if only Chizuru had communicated with Kazuya instead of running away. It's almost like she doesn't want to fucking hurt him and he's not giving her the leeway to be like, hey, no, it's okay, tell me what happened. You could say that it's an ordinary introductory chapter. The meeting with Mami itself wasn't interesting, but Mami's last question was. Honestly, I hope Kazuya will tell Mami that he doesn't feel anything for her, even his clumsy way. The important thing is that Mami understands the message. Only then remains the question of what Mami will want to do, because I doubt that Reiji would bring her back again just so Kazuya would say that he doesn't love her, and that's it. That's the thing. It's the same thing with Umi. You think the only reason Reiji brought back Umi is so Chizuru can say, I don't love you and move on with her life. That's not what's happening. That's not what's happening. Didn't Chizuru tell Kazuya she can't forgive Mami? She did, and Kazuya is choosing to ignore it. Everyone seems to not notice that. Everyone seems to not want to notice that. That Kazuya is intentionally averting his gaze. In fact, here, you don't believe me? Here. I was showing you guys this chapter earlier. Okay, I showed you guys this chapter a little earlier. But let me get into this particular part. Mami-chan and Mizuhara apparently went through some stuff without me knowing anything about it. I wonder if something about that is still bothering her. He wonders. Is something about that still bothering her? And then when the rejection occurs, she literally tells him, yes, there is something still bothering her. I can't bring myself to forgive Mami-san. He knows something is bothering her. He doesn't want to look. Yes, no, you already know. In fact, Kazuya often thinks back to this moment here. In the actual date, literally in the actual date itself, Kazuya thinks back to this moment. And guess when it happens? Chizuru asks Kazuya, how can you say you love me? One of the flashbacks he has is the confrontation between Mami and Chizuru. She's so gentle to other people, but deep down she's incredibly strict with herself. Yet this person who's so gentle and kind to other people somehow doesn't like this person. What the fuck did Mami do to make Chizuru not want to forgive her? Or can't bring herself to forgive Mami? You can't keep running forever and end of the road. Maybe it's Endless Road, like season 4. What? Maybe it's a freaking roundabout with the way he keeps going in circles. Haha. Is that meant to be a disrespectful way? What? I kind of agree with that comment. Why Kazuya seems so indifferent when it comes to Mami and what she did to him. Is it because she was his first love? No, 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 no. I'll show you why. You want to know why Kazuya is like this? You already have an answer. You actually already have an answer. And I'll show you. You want to know why Kazuya is like this with Mami? Mami and Kazuya met. Mami and Kazuya met after the 3-month time skip. Mami is acting weird, right? She's the one who met him. She's the one who said, let's meet up. She's calm and reserved, as expected. This conversation isn't going anywhere. Mami isn't saying anything. But all this stuff happened. There's no way she isn't feeling super awkward either. I'm the number one guy here for everything. The one who caused trouble for Mizuhara. Are you starting to see an issue? This isn't even about Mami. This was never about Mami. The reason he's not mad at Mami? Because it's not about Mami. He's not actually looking at Mami. He's saying, I caused trouble for Mizuhara, therefore it's all my fault. That's literally what the text reads. It's all my fault. Therefore, it absolves Mami of every single thing she did. She is not in the wrong. The one who keeps getting Mami-chan involved in everything, it's all my fault. No, she's doing that herself. But Kazuya wants to blame himself. I should apologize to her from the bottom of my heart. Do you see the problem? Kazuya keeps blaming himself. He wants to blame himself. He wants to be the problem. He believes he's the problem. He's conditioned himself for so long that he's the problem, he in fact becomes the problem because he stops believing it. When you keep saying, I'm the problem long enough, you make it true. Okay? And eventually, it starts hurting the people around you who want to believe in you. That's why Chizuru says you should hate me. And remember when Chizuru rejects him? Right? When Chizuru rejects him, what does Chizuru say? If I were you, I'd hate someone like me. The irony is, the rejection happened at all is because of Kazuya's own actions. I'm really sorry for everything. What happens here? I know being lied to like that is exhausting, and I know whatever happened in Fukushima was embarrassing, and you've stayed quiet about everything to the agency. I feel like I'm making you carry some kind of burden. You're probably tired of my apologies too. The least Mami can do is not fucking talk to the agency and not be a piece of shit and get Chizuru fired. The least Mami can do is apologize. I know what happened in Fukushima was embarrassing. Embarrassing for her or for you? She fucking roasted you on a spit. And you're just like, no, it's my fault. I know being lied to like that is exhausting. Who's the one lying to who here? Who's the one not telling him things? Who's the one who's been leading him on this whole fucking time? She hasn't said what she fucking did. I feel like I'm making you carry some kind of burden. It's almost like that's literally what Mommy's doing. Kazuya's trauma, she's making him carry this burden. But Mommy just asks, it's a lie that you're dating, isn't it? I heard from Chizuru's son. I see, so Mommy-chan knows that much. That just means it's even more obvious to her how unthinkable the kiss was. No matter how much I apologize to her, it means nothing. She drinks the tea. She's happy. She's getting what she wants. Kazuya got absolutely nothing from this. And when Mommy leaves, Kazuya's like, what the fuck? Mommy got everything out of this, and Kazuya got absolutely nothing. He apologized for nothing. He got absolutely nothing out of this. Mommy didn't absolve him of his guilt and burden that he's carrying, thinking it's all his fault, when it's in fact her fault. She got what she wanted, and she's content. And she leaves. And Kazuya's like, what the fuck? And it leaves Kazuya befuddled. Then, he comes back and sees Chizuru. Reiji creates a paralleling image here. Look at Kazuya's reaction here. Look at Kazuya's reaction here. Because when Kazuya and Chizuru met, they both took responsibility of their actions. Kazuya is the reason it lasted 3 months. Chizuru is the one who ghosted him. It's that fucking simple. Okay? It was both of their faults. It's that simple. It lasted 3 months because of Kazuya's own actions, right? He's the one who chose to do it that weird way. He's the one who wanted to do it through rental. Chizuru went along with that. Chizuru ghosted him. It's that fucking simple. She did. But Kazuya made it last 3 months. So, they both took responsibility and said, it's my fault. I'm sorry. And she said, it's my fault. I'm sorry. They apologized for what they did wrong. They're on perfectly even ground. There's a clear sense of understanding. There's no sense of understanding here whatsoever. There's no even ground. There's nothing. There's no atonement. There's no, I did this. Kazuya doesn't understand what the fuck is going on with Mommy. And love is built on understanding. Love is built on connection and understanding. So if you genuinely believe Mommy is better than Chizuru, I'm sorry, you're goddamn deluded. If you genuinely think Mommy has atoned, Mommy has changed, you're deluded. She's still in an illusion. Mommy has not confronted any of the horrendous shit she did. Kazuya's burden, Kazuya's insecurities, a huge part of it is Mommy's fault. Why? Because Kazuya thinks it's all his fault when she fucking did everything. The reason the rejection happened in Hawaiians, her fault. Right? Yeah, part of it was Kazuya himself. Part of it was Chizuru. But Chizuru addressed that part. And Kazuya addressed that part. Who hasn't addressed anything? Mommy. Right? The reason Kazuya feels so insecure around Chizuru, and the reason Kazuya keeps thinking Chizuru is going to leave him or abandon him or his relationship is just going to magically end, whose fault is that? Who is the one gaslighting and making Chizuru run around trying to protect Kazuya? Mommy. It's almost like everything that happened, every single insecurity or issue Kazuya has as a byproduct of Hawaiians is because of Mommy. Because he kept thinking he had something good with Chizuru going on, and because Mommy kept gaslighting and attacking Chizuru, Kazuya came to the conclusion Chizuru doesn't like him. It's almost like that rejection happened as a byproduct of Mommy. Because Kazuya kept seeing Mommy when talking to Chizuru. Now, in part, that's on Kazuya. He's not facing the truth. He doesn't want to face the truth. But the fact is, a lot of Kazuya's burdens, guilt, and insecurities stem as a byproduct of what Mommy did to him in Hawaiians. And Kazuya has to confront that, but Mommy also has to accept what she fucking did to him. So, for the love of God, Don't come into my chat and tell me Mami is the choice here. Because Mami is the reason any of this happened. Mami is the one who did all of this. Whereas Chizuru, all she's done is try to atone and be better. And try to make him understand and connect to him. But the reason she can't ever reach him is because this issue is not being confronted. And she has no way of knowing this is what's actually on Kazuya's mind because he won't fucking talk to her. She doesn't know this is what Kazuya is insecure about because he won't fucking talk to her. She's tried telling him about Mami multiple times. And he's the one who's been kind of avoiding this and not talking about it. Kazuya needs to confront the Mami issue just as Mami needs to accept she did horrendous shit to him. And it's the reason he's so goddamn traumatized. Chapter 400, holy shit. I've been reading this manga for like, what, 5 years now? I can't say it doesn't infuriate me most of the time, but damn does it keep me hooked. I kneel at the supreme rage baiter and delayer Reiji Miyajime. Interesting chapter, honestly. I imagine Kazuya won't be able to give a straight answer right away, but either by the end of the chapter or soon enough, he should be able to tell Mami that he doesn't love her. I think he has that much in him. How is Reiji a rage baiter? I'm sorry. I don't see it. Delayer, I don't see either because he actually gives a shit about what he wants to show you. And I don't see Reiji being a rage baiter. He's actually just really straightforward. It's like, to me, what's interesting is people want to interpret him as a rage baiter. He's not actually rage baiting. He has some baits, sure. Reiji has had baits before. Like, I've talked about how he's baited people in before, right? Like, and it's more so fun and playful than it is, ha 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 ha, I played you, I'm a fucking troll. Like, it's actually playful rather than, rage baiting. He has red hair. Yeah, he has red herrings, he has baits, he has stuff like that, but he doesn't rage bait. Nor does he, in my opinion, delay. That's a hard one to convince for people, right? But then, counter argument, people will say, this is the funny part, people will say this manga is too long and Reiji loves to delay things. And yet, what is the prevailing argument for most people who read this manga? I ask you, what is the prevailing argument for people who actually read this manga? They tell you to binge it. Why? Because binging it is so much smoother than reading it weekly. Whereas reading it weekly makes you feel like you're waiting too long. It's almost like that argument is fundamentally antithetical to the idea that everything is being delayed and being dragged. Because if it is being delayed and dragged, it wouldn't feel smooth. It would not feel smooth to binge read. And yet it does. That is fundamentally antithetical to something being poorly paced and dragged out. Because if it was poorly paced, it wouldn't be fun to read in a binge. You would not enjoy it if it was poorly paced. I know, there's a lot of stories I do not enjoy binging, specifically because they're horrendously paced. Whereas this one, I love binging it, specifically because it's good at that. So there we go. That's a great counter argument to the idea that this story is horribly paced and that everything constantly gets delayed and it's all rage bait. Because if it was rage bait, it wouldn't be so engaging to binge. And if it was being delayed and dragged out, it again would not be so fun to binge. Your own argument counters your own beliefs. Imagine Reiji entering a hiatus. That would be really delay. Reiji actually would not. That's very not Reiji. He's basically written in volumes instead of chapters. The pacing makes sense when you see it that way. Yeah, pretty much. It's the same thing with TV shows. Binging is just better. Well, some TV shows, their pacing is just genuinely horrendous. So even binging it doesn't work. Because their pacing is actually just fucking bad. So for instance, here's a great example. I recently finished watching The Walking Dead. Season 7, I have the entire season. It's awful. The pacing is atrocious. Genuinely dog shit pacing. I couldn't binge it. I genuinely got bored. Thank God Reiji is a workaholic. He's not a workaholic. See, that's the irony of your words. He's not a workaholic. He's actually amazing at pacing himself. Reiji has a bunch of time to go play futsal with fans, play video games, watch TV shows, review said TV shows on Twitter, and then on Mondays, literally stream on Twitter. on top of working on 2 separate mangas and managing his time so goddamn well that he can go and do a whole bunch of other shit for the anime. That's not being a workaholic, that's just amazing time management. And Reiji has said openly he really, really loves writing manga. So to him, he doesn't perceive it as work. He just likes doing it. So, no, he's not a workaholic. If you want a workaholic, Oda, the writer of One Piece, he's a workaholic. And his life is not nearly as balanced, and he needs constant breaks. If you're a workaholic, see, understand, if you're a workaholic, you need a lot of breaks, because you're going to get burned out. That's what people don't understand. When you're a workaholic, you burn out a lot. But if you're really good at time management and you're not a workaholic, you don't need breaks because you're constantly taking breaks. You're really, really, really good at that. And that's where Reiji is good. Reiji is really, really good at taking breaks and managing his time and taking care of it so well he doesn't need breaks from the actual manga. That never happens. This is just a very common misunderstanding people have about Reiji as an artist. He's not a workaholic. He's just genuinely really fucking good at pacing his time. That's kind of why I binge watch the anime. Waiting for each episode makes pacing seem longer than it actually is. Well, the anime's pacing is whack as fuck. Yeah, the anime's pacing is a little whack as fuck, but I don't know. I remember the first arc having a really fast pacing, which in part is true because it didn't have as much nuance to it. But now that I think about it, back then I was binging it. That's the irony. That's the irony. There's a lot of nuance to the very beginning of the series too. Especially now that a lot of things have been recontextualized. What I love about how the series now is that you start to see so much more of the nuance in the very early parts of the series when you start to see what he was cooking from the start in the recent chapters. And suddenly, everything at the start has so much more nuance to it. Like, the element of AI is so inherently relevant to Rental, and you see that in Kazuya's speech when he dives in to save Chizuru. The idea of something being fiction, not real, right? Chizuru's entire existence is fundamentally antithetical to waifu culture and AI, and literally what people want when they play like dating sims. Where in a dating sim, the character will act exactly as you want them to. Their actions are predictable to some degree, and they'll never actually hurt you. You're only gonna get what you want and be happy about that. But that's not real life. That's not a real person. That's not a real girl. They're not gonna act like this. They're not a waifu. Chizuru is not a waifu. She's fundamentally antithetical to that. She plays the role of a waifu, if you will, selling you love, selling you the idea of love. This is what you want, isn't it? And then you get upset about it and you get mad, but you're like, but you're the one paying for this. They're literally like when you go and you buy a manga and you pay for this. In contrast, you have Kazuya, who is fundamentally antithetical to the ideas of traditional masculinity. He says things that on first glance will sound cringe to some people because people don't talk like this. And yet it's literally how romance manga protagonists speak. And he says it with such gusto and confidence, or not necessarily confidence, it was just honesty. He says it with such honesty that he actually comes off as really fucking cool because he can say these things others would perceive as cringe in such an honest and genuine way that you can't help but believe it. And that throws some people off, like Mami. Mami as a character gets really thrown off by Kazuya's feelings because he says it with such genuineness that it's just jarring for her. And there's like an anthology chapter about this where she kind of felt overwhelmed by Kazuya because he's so genuine that she thought it was fake. Right? Have you ever experienced that with someone where they're so genuine, you think they're being fake, but that's just honestly how they are. And they just don't look at it the same way that you do. Because people are so stuck in their social perceptions that when someone is so honest, sometimes they're just like, they have to be lying. No one is this honest, right? No one is this genuinely honest. They have to be lying. And it throws you off. And that's very much Kazuya's character. That's why Kazuya is often like beaten down because he's so honest at the start of the series that people just can't perceive it as any other way, that he has to be lying. He has to be a piece of shit. Never been more addicted to a manga. Truly on the best pace shows is Sons of Anarchy. It's Breaking Bad, but with bikers. Huh. I've heard of Sons of Anarchy. I was mildly interested in seeing it just because the lead actor played King Arthur in that one movie, which was honestly a terrible King Arthur movie, but I liked it just because it felt cool and I love King Arthur. Oh, water. Chizuru Ichinose is the antithesis of a waifu. I completely agree. She is an independent, focused, hardworking woman who puts in a lot of effort. Pretty much, yeah. And there were so many saviors. Like, oh, what are we talking about? I'll reload this, see if there's anything else, and then I might call it for now. Weirdly, I don't have like a crazy amount to say in regards to this chapter. First impressions, chapter 400. This person always writes weird stuff, so let's read this with a grain of salt. What happens? Kazuya arrives at the driving school and comes to face with Mami. They attend a class in the same environment. Kazuya becomes nervous and distracted. Even so, when he relaxes, he thinks about Chizuru. He daydreams about her. In the end, Mami asks to see his class schedule, several photos. They leave the building together, and she asks, Kazu-kun, do you still love me? Mami controls the pace. She says little, hardly mirrors his jokes, chooses where and when to talk outside of the room. Right? Mami does control the entire pace, much like Chizuru is controlling much of the entire pace too. Photographing the schedule is a tool for scheduling reunions. It's not a cute gesture. It looks like planning. It is cute though. It's adorable. Kazuya is on high defense the entire chapter, and when his mind goes off, his emotional target is Chizuru, not Mami. He's not on high defense. No, this is the fuck you talking about? No, he's not. He's not on high defense. He's just thrown off. Mami-chan. Why is Mami-chan here at the driving school? Is it just a coincidence? He's just things being inevitable. If anything, Mami feels more defensive. She looks away from him. She's more cornered. Kazuya is the one standing. Nothing about Kazuya seems defensive to me. No, he's just observing her. No, I don't see Kazuya being defensive at all. Yeah, nothing about this is defensive. He's just kind of thrown off. Right? Mami-chan. It's just a coincidence. Is such a thing even possible? She said he's not her boyfriend. It's hard to talk about it, though. Actually, I haven't talked to her since that one time, right? I'd just be a creep if I asked too many questions. Well, it's probably best not to ask about this stuff, right? So, no, it isn't. You should ask. Kazuya is in shadow here because he actually wants to ask. But why does he want to ask, right? A lot of these questions always come back to why? Why? Check your Twitch chat, lol. The fuck? Oh. Well. Looky who it is. Little shit over here. Twitch chat. The one time I closed Twitch. Professional fail woman here. It's more like a fancy casual look, like something you'd wear to a casual date, more like a dinner out with friends. Also, if you're a workaholic like me, you literally work yourself into the hospital. Happened 3 times now. It's me, the kiddick shit. Like this guy, I'm saying something. Which one's Ruka again? Oh my god. Why are you the way that you are, Scribbles? Why are you the way that you are? Ruka is this one. This is Ruka. This is Mami. This is Sumi. This is Minnie. This is Chizuru. The outfit was in reference to Mami, I think. It's more like a fancy casual look, like something you'd wear to a casual date, or more like a dinner out with friends. I'm just getting into the series because of you, lol. Welcome, I guess. I mean, the outfit is quite fancy. Like, it is casual, but it is also fancy. But that's just Mami's entire character. In particular, like, the frills make her look like royalty, which is Mami's entire thing. Mami's entire thing has been frills, like, from the start of the series. She always kind of, like, has it on her clothes to some degree, and it makes her stand out and look really cute. But it also adds that element of royalty. Even her swimsuit has frills. Like, we showed the swimsuit later, like, but or like an earlier point when she was at Hawaiians. It literally had frills too. Mommy's entire motif is literally looking like royalty. That's literally what you see here, right? Literally look at her. She's sitting above you, and she kisses the glass shoes, right? Like, the entire presentation is literally she's royalty. Everything about Mommy's character is royalty. It's because she comes from a rich family. I don't think the manga is bad if the extra content adds quality and the value to the story. Although the Kanokari, I'm not sure that works for Kazuya's constant overthinking. It can get tiring. Kazuya's overthinking actually informs a lot of the narrative without you realizing it. That's what makes it effective and why it works. For instance, you'll hear it the first time and you'll think this is stupid, it's just a waste of time. When you get further into the story and you get given more context as to what's going on, you go back to Kazuya's dialogue, and suddenly his dialogue informs so much of what was happening at the time, you just didn't realize it. He was actually telling you a lot through his dialogue. You just had no fucking clue. Literally, the entire story can be summed up like this, where you think you understand what's happening when you don't. And that's why I love analyzing these pieces of dialogue with Kazuya right here, where he's like, literally, it looks like he's just being horny over Mommy, when in reality, there's actually other things going on. So let's continue with this right here. Haven't talked to her since that one time. It's probably for the best not to ask. Kazuya sinks into shadows here, right? What a coincidence. Are you here for your license too? Yeah. She looks away. That puts Kazuya on edge. She's still acting like this. She's definitely acting strange. Yeah, that's it. How short, right? So she notice how Kazuya can tell Mommy is acting weird. He can still tell Mommy's acting fucking weird. Oh, okay. Let's see. Frills are really common in officey type clothes. Not in the way Mommy is wearing them. Not in the way that Mommy is wearing them. In the way Mommy wears them, notice how it literally flows around her. It literally flows around her clothes, and it makes her stand out. For example, Chizuru wears frills, but it doesn't come off as royalty. Wherever Mommy wears frills, it always comes off as royalty. It's a very intentional writing motif with Mommy's character. I remember reading an interview with Reiji where he specifically said he uses frills specifically for Mommy to convey like an element of being above her, being above in some way, shape, or form. Frills are common, but it's how you present them. So if they're just like right here, it can work, right? If they're just like right here on the clothes, they can just make you look fancy, you know, or just like fancy office clothes. With Mommy, it's how they're used that makes her look like royalty. That's the entire narrative idea of how they're presented. A lot of the ways Reiji does clothing conveys a lot about the characters. Anyways, she's still acting like this. She's definitely acting strange, right? Kazuya can tell because she's being fucking weird. I want to ask why she's acting weird. That's why Kazuya wants to ask. Like, literally, the first thing that pops into his head is this thing. He wants to ask, and what does Kazuya do? Not ask. The chapter starts with not asking the thing you want to ask. How does it end? It ends with asking the thing you want to ask. It's almost like narratively there is a purpose to Kazuya not asking things, only to be asked a question himself. It comes full circle. There's a reason you're being told these specific pieces of dialogue. But yeah, she's just here for her license. Well, it would be pretty useful for job hunting. If you need it, then it's better to get it when you have time, sooner than later. Okay, but why is mommy actually here for her driving license? Remember what I told you? Mommy's entire narrative idea around her character is she's trapped in her family, right? Getting a driver's license would allow her a sense of freedom. And so, loop back a little bit. This connects to this. If Kazuya had asked about her entire family situation in relation to this guy, suddenly her getting a license makes a lot more sense, doesn't it? Huh. Suddenly, mommy getting a license makes a lot more sense. She's not just here for a license casually. Rather, the license means a lot to mommy because it's literally centered around her freedom from her family, who this guy is directly connected to. Because his entire thing is that he is literally just this dude she's being forced to marry. If we're both living in the city, I guess it's bound to happen. And we're both third years to bump into each other. He views it like it's fate. But he just wants to think of it as just pure coincidence. Is it just coincidence or is it fate? This is my first day here. How many days has it been for you, Mami-chan? It's are you almost done? It's my first day too. Oh, look. Still just a coincidence, Kazuya? This is incredible. It's almost like this is fucking fate. Really? What are the chances? Huh, this is funny. Ha 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 ha. I can hardly believe it. Yeah. She's not laughing at all because it's not funny, dude. Literally, it's meant to mirror Chizuru. The way mommy is acting literally mirrors Chizuru. If you're here for the 10 o'clock introductory lesson, please assemble in the classroom 3 on the second floor. Mommy just walks off, doesn't say a word. Right? Isn't that interesting? When mommy first interacts with him, she doesn't even say a word. She doesn't look at him. She just walks away. Then she eventually turns and suddenly she starts talking to him normally. Isn't that weird? How we start the chapter not talking normally at all. Mommy can't even look at him normally. And then once she looks at him while he's daydreaming, she starts acting more in control. It's almost like the class informs her actions. The class literally informs mommy's actions. She wasn't initially going to do anything, but she turned back and actually looked at him. And when she looked at him, she wanted to do something. And this is interesting because Kazuya clearly wants to do something, but he's not doing anything about it. Whereas mommy actually is doing something about what she wants. Because that's the entire reason she's here. Now, this is interesting. Mommy walks away. Kazuya hides, leans into a shoulder and leans into a wall and gets frustrated. Why is he frustrated? Right? Why is Kazuya frustrated? What's going on? Why is Kazuya frustrated here? Why is Kazuya hiding here? Why is Kazuya freaking out at all? Right? It's almost like there's a reason for him to be so freaked out. Right? It's because he actually wants to talk to her. But he's not talking to her. Right? Kazuya should have asked about the whole thing with her family. He chose not to. Right? He chose to do this the other way around, and she just walked away, and he got frustrated that she walked away. What's he seeing here? He's seeing Chizuru. What is Kazuya seeing here? He is seeing Chizuru. That's why he's getting frustrated. He's seeing what he wants to see. That's why he's getting so panicked. So you get into the classroom, and Kazuya and Mommy are just part of the classroom. But look at where Kazuya is and look at where Mommy is. Kazuya is in the middle of the classroom, but in the end section, right? So he's in the middle portion, but he's on all the way to the left. Mommy is on the very edge of the classroom, all the way to the front, right? All the way to the front, and she's more isolated than Kazuya. Kazuya is kind of surrounded by people. Mommy is kind of more cut off from people, way off on her own. Kazuya looks at Mommy from way far off, and she doesn't look at him, right? She's seemingly focused on the class. And this is interesting because we've never had that before, right? This is kind of new. We've never really had this before. So Kazuya says, man, it's impossible. I can't focus at all. I never thought I'd see her here. Just being in the same room as her makes this awkward. Why is it awkward? right? This is the interesting part. Kazuya keeps saying it's awkward, and he never explains why it's awkward. He never just tells you why it's awkward. And I think the most interesting thing I keep seeing with Kazuya is these shadows. The way he sinks into shadows. But the more interesting part is how he describes her when she is in shadows herself. So this is the most interesting part. Kazuya says, wait a second. He listens to the bystanders and he lets the bystanders influence how he feels. It's as if these aren't even properly his thoughts. These aren't really his thoughts. He's not actually seeing Mami. What do I mean by this? This is a sight to behold. She's like a princess standing out in the dreary driving school atmosphere. It's like looking through it's like looking through a castle window in the otherwise male-ridden classroom. But look at Mami. He says these words, but she's completely shadowed. He doesn't see this. She doesn't want to perceive herself as a princess. She actually hates this perception of herself. Because guess what? She literally is a princess, and she fucking hates it. She literally is a princess in a family that controls her, and she fucking hates it. So Kazuya calling her a princess in this dreary driving school of an atmosphere, right? In some ways, that would make her happy. In another, it's words that fundamentally contrast her. And in so doing, he doesn't actually see her here, right? She is in shadow because he doesn't actually see her, even though we can see Mami clearly, right? His words make some sense, but we can't see her. And her eyes tell you nothing, right? She's just looking. There's no sense of expression. She's just absolutely neutral. Everything about her is neutral. Her slender body, yet soft-looking skin, right? It shows her legs, right? Mami's legs are always like a standout. It shows her legs. It stands out for some reason, right? She knows how to present herself in the early summer. In particular, you see her shoulders, right? Her shoulders are open because literally you're seeing a summer-like clothing. Like, you don't show your shoulders if it's not summer, right? So it definitely gives off an early summer vibe. Her family looks like they have a lot of money. This is interesting. Not that I'd know, right? She looks like she comes from money, because she does. If she were driving a fancy car, they'd make a perfect picture. That'd make a perfect picture. And yet, it contrasts Mami. It's almost like it's a sad picture. A perfect yet sad picture. So these pieces of dialogue are interesting. They actually inform a lot of what the fuck is going on in the story. They are necessary about Kazuya's perceptions of the narrative, but also how they fundamentally contrast Mami herself. In particular, a princess standing out in the dreary driving school atmosphere. It's almost like Kazuya, this informs two things about Kazuya. He needs something magical in an atmosphere like this because he doesn't actually give a shit about this place. And two, it informs how he views Mami, literally like a princess high above, right? But isn't it interesting that he calls Mami a princess, whereas Nagomi calls Chizuru a princess? Interesting how little he knows about his first girlfriend, right? Isn't that interesting? How little he actually knows about Mami. Right? Isn't that interesting? How little he actually knows about Mami. It's like looking through a castle window in this otherwise male-ridden classroom. You're only observing from a window. Now, this is a really interesting piece of dialogue. Why? He is sitting in a castle, observing from a window, rather than interacting with her. Where does Kazuya sit? Across the room. He doesn't sit with her. He keeps saying things are awkward and makes them awkward. Mami is acting weird, yes, but Kazuya is also making this awkward. He chose to sit far away from her. Who does that make you think of? Chizuru. Didn't Kazuya also sit... isn't Kazuya not interacting with Chizuru right now? Literally super far away from her. They're literally separated. Right? Kazuya chooses to separate himself from Mami. Right? Whereas Mami goes out of her way to connect to Kazuya, even though initially she's separated. Mami changes her demeanor. She takes control back. She initially had no control, and she's the one who walked away. But Kazuya chose the separation too. He chose to sit far away. He could have sat closer. Instead, he chooses to observe from afar. Whereas Mami, when she sees him, chooses to actually connect to him, right? So the chapter starts with separation as they were before. They were separated. Now they're right next to each other. And they get closer and closer and closer until the end of the chapter. Mami asks this very deep question. In that sense, this chapter is completely about Chizuru, but the fact that it's called The Girlfriend in the School Bag is actually indicative of a more insidious meaning underneath. And it's, what does Kazuya actually want with Mami? Is she the girlfriend in the picture? Is Mami actually the girlfriend in the picture? Or is it Chizuru? Right? So now suddenly this meaning is a little bit more insidious, isn't it? Oh, isn't Chizuru the girlfriend? And this chapter is literally all just about Chizuru. It's in secret all about Chizuru. But Mami is the one we see, and yet it's still called the girlfriend in the bag. The school bag. Now, maybe next chapter, it would be interesting if next chapter Chizuru runs into Kazuya and sees the school bag. That would be an interesting twist, and it makes it come full circle. It's like, oh, it was always about Chizuru, it was never about Mami. But what makes this interesting is specifically that Mami is here at all. The fact that Mami is here at all. And it's called the girlfriend in the school bag. It's all about Mami, and yet Mami is not the girlfriend. And yet the way Kazuya acts around her is quite interesting. Right? Then he says something interesting here. Actually, it seems like she really came here to take this class by herself. That's a pretty responsible thing for her to do. Foreshadowing, right? Mami being responsible, that's weird. That's almost counter to her character. Mami isn't really the responsible type, right? She looks responsible. She's not fucking responsible. So Mami is being responsible here, which is foreshadowing. That's not like her. To focus on her future like that, it's almost like there's a reason. Right? So there's a lot of Mami's character hidden underneath this chapter if you remember the context of her life and what she's going through. And suddenly everything she's doing in this chapter makes a lot of fucking sense. Okay? Now then, let's watch an example. Okay? Kazuya's hair actually looks really nice here. I'm not gonna lie. It is starting to somewhat grow on me. Kazuya sees himself with Chizuru here, eyes closed, and again, he's observing through a window. He sees Mami through a castle window in an otherwise male-ridden classroom. He sees Chizuru through a TV screen. What is this? Whereas Mami is through a castle window, he's seeing her through a fantasy. He imagines a fantasy with Chizuru through a TV. He's observing her in a TV. He's not actually interacting with her. It's like she's not even real. It's like Chizuru is literally a TV show he's watching, or an example on a TV that he's watching, not actually something he's experiencing. Isn't that similar to how when we go and watch a romance anime, read a romance manga, or watch a romance TV show or romance movie, aren't we simply just observing love instead of experiencing it? Aren't we literally just doing that? We're just observing love, imagining our love on a TV screen instead of actually experiencing it. In contrast, you have Mami turning to look at Kazuya. She now looks at him, and she doesn't want to be an observer anymore. Right? Before, she was an observer. And yet she was presented another chance. Yet again, fate interfered, and she was presented another chance. Is she going to waste that? No, she's not. She takes full charge of the situation, right? From the start, Mami was already dictating the pace, right? First, it's Kazuya reacting to Mami, right? He says Mami-chan out loud. She says Kazu-kun. Kazuya reacts to the crowd. Kazuya keeps reacting and thinking, but Mami just responds. So it's interesting here because they're kind of both reacting. But Mami is dictating the pace without realizing it. Just as Kazuya in some ways is dictating the pace without realizing it, right? They're both kind of reacting to each other, And Kazuya keeps letting Mami kind of react, and he keeps reacting to her, right? He keeps reacting to her, and she eventually takes charge and becomes an active chooser in the situation, right? I'm gonna make an active fucking choice. He sees her through a TV screen. Persona 4 mentioned. Let's go. Oh my god. What does that represent in Persona 4? I don't remember. I forgot. What do the TV screens represent in Persona 4? Like when you're, because I know like you're seeing your other self in the screen or something like that, or it's like the screen is like an alternate world in Persona 4. What does that actually like represent? I totally forgot. The Midnight Channel. Yeah, they see the Midnight. It's in the Midnight Channel. They like see like that alternate world, and then they have to confront like their other halves, and they go into those castles and shit. It's where kidnapped victims get tossed. Jesus. They only went out for a month, and yet their history is so much more than that. And yet their history is so much more than that. Because despite going out for a month, they kept talking and meeting and running into each other a lot. A gateway to another dimension. There you see the shadow of the victim, which is flanderized versions of people, aka the Shadowverse. That's another way to look at it too. It's like when you look at someone in a TV, you're not seeing the real them. You're seeing a fictional version of them, literally an example. Right? This isn't the real Chizuru. This is just an example. And the clothes she wears actually looks a little similar to Mami, weirdly enough. But yeah. So an over-exaggerated version of yourself you have to admit to your faults. Oddly fitting, considering Kazuya's character. I don't think that's the exact intended meaning, but Kazuya looking at a screen and seeing something completely different from reality, he's literally seeing a fantasy rather than confronting himself. I think it's thematically fitting, right? He's looking at a TV. He's looking at a lie. Even though Mami is in the castle walls, she's closer to reality towards Kazuya than Chizuru. Not really. You see imposters, a false identity of what you think you are. Yeah. So, okay. Back to the whole Mami thing. Mami takes charge of the situation. So at first, she has no control, right? Initially, she's just reacting to Kazuya, and she doesn't see her own control, just as Kazuya is reacting to her, and he has no control. The difference arises in that Mami takes control, whereas Kazuya keeps not having control, right? Mami takes control of the situation. Kazuya keeps not having control. And eventually, when they separate and they walk away, Kazuya asks Mami a question, but again, he still doesn't see, right? His eyes are closed. He still doesn't really think about it. And in contrast, Mami takes control of the situation. So this entire chapter is about reclaiming control. You start with Mami having no control, and then she reclaims control, right? That's the key difference. Whereas Kazuya, in the very end, is still reacting. Mami reclaimed control of the situation by the end. Kazuya is still reacting. You start with Kazuya reacting, and you end with Kazuya reacting. You start with Mami reacting to Kazuya, but ultimately taking control back because she was calm from the start, right? Literally, from page 1, she's calm. She's surprised, but she's calm. And this matches the birds who are both looking away from each other. Karata driving school. He looks at her, she looks at us. Matching the birds. Right? She has her eyes on the road, he doesn't. Right? This cover literally tells you everything you need to know. For most of the chapters, literally spend Kazuya looking at Mami instead of actually looking at the fucking road. Right? Whereas Mami occasionally glances at him and eventually focuses completely on him. I think that's the difference between the two of them. Mami is completely focused on her objectives. She focuses completely on the driving school and only glimpses at Kazuya. But when she talks to Kazuya, she focuses only on Kazuya and literally nothing else. Her entire focus is Kazuya. And she has no idea what he's thinking because he's not communicating to her. She seems wealthy. Interesting how little he knows about his first girlfriend. I wonder why they broke up. I think it's layered. I think it's really layered. I was talking about this with someone else. One part of it is that it's a lie, right? One point, like I wrote something for someone on Twitter. Let me pull it up. Okay, found it. So I like this user on Twitter. They wrote, to avoid that kind of annoying vibe, like, Mommy, you're so cute, how come you don't have a boyfriend? I felt Kazuya seemed easy to control, so I started dating him just as a bug repellent sort of thing. But I started feeling horrified by myself by being drawn to him, or about to be. And that's why I shut him down. That's the scenario I'm picturing for myself as to why Mommy broke up with Kazuya. So I responded, interestingly, I think it's a combination of feelings. A part of it is what you described. Another part of it is her family. Mommy uses her trauma as an excuse. So a part of her values is how serious Kazuya is and wants him to be happy. So she breaks up with him, yet she still feels envy. I elaborate on this because Mommy actually likes Kazuya, but she denies her feelings. And she, in turn, what she does is she uses her trauma as an excuse to break up with him. And she actually starts catching real feelings, and that scares her. And I think that's why she didn't just date Kazuya as a bug repellent. I actually disagree with that. I actually think she did like him. I actually think Mommy did actually have feelings for Kazuya, but maybe she broke up with him because she thought, I can't actually be with him, which would be interesting, wouldn't it? Because what was Chizuru's fear in the date? What if I can't actually be with you? What if I can't make you happy? So what if the reason Mommy broke up with Kazuya was actually similar to Chizuru's in that sense? I can't make him happy. He won't be happy with me. And she uses her trauma as an excuse to break up with him in a really shitty way. Right? She hurts him in the way she was hurt. Right? Because remember, Mommy, the line she uses to break up with Kazuya is the same exact line that her ex from high school used to break up with her. Verbatim, it's the same fucking line. And so just as things were getting serious, she breaks up with him. Which is exactly what happens. She probably said she couldn't get serious. And she tried to move on. But she couldn't. She actually fucking liked him. Right? People think Mommy only came after Kazuya after the fact. Right? She only came after Kazuya after he started interacting with Chizuru. In reality, that envy probably stems from the fact that she actually liked him from the start. That's my bet. I think Mommy liked him from the start, and she broke up with him because it was getting too real. And she got scared. And she didn't want to feel the same pain she did in high school. So she broke up with him. But then she got envious because she saw him just casually move on when she didn't casually move on. That's why Mommy got envious of Kazuya when she ran into him with Chizuru. Because she didn't casually move on, she just put on the act of the fact that she did. But doesn't change the fact that she pretended to, and it fucking hurt. And that sucks. You shouldn't fucking do that to people. So, it's shitty all the same. She didn't actually fucking move on. But she pretended like she did. Doesn't change the fact that it fucking hurt him. She told him, I have someone else I like. Then she gets mad when he actually finds someone else. See how shitty it is? Maybe it was because of the arranged marriage. It's possible that by then Mami actually had to date the other guy for real. I doubt it. I doubt it. Because she was clearly willing to date Kazuya. That's not the issue. There's even a version where Mami tries to get Kazuya to help her like deal with her dad. Where Reiji wrote that for the live action. But even then it's like that didn't really resolve the issue. The chapter the story the live action ends with no clear resolution for that exact reason, because Mami didn't actually face that issue herself, you know? Okay, 11:43. I'm thinking of stopping at 12. I don't want to stream too long. I'm going to cook myself if I do. I'll get wrecked. Riggedy wrecked. Oh yeah, we were reading this. The context disorganizes Kazuya but does not reposition his heart. Mami's question is a test or a dramatic trigger, not an automatic romantic reset. Probable next step. Kazuya asserts himself, or at least sets limits like Chizuru did with Umi. High defense mode. Two possible readings, very direct. Strategic, more likely. Mami uses a neutral public timeline photo. Final question. She measures the ground and creates a lever by taking a photo of Kazuya's class schedule. Casual, less likely. A real coincidence at the driving school, a genuine curiosity, but the splash of "Do you still love me?" The multiple clicks of the photos weighs on the strategic side. Anyways, my basis is as follows: Mami controls space, time, and instills a lever in which she photographed Kazuya's timeline. This isn't a cute coincidence; it's agenda control. Kazuya goes into high defense, force lightness, but shows the one who sets the pace. When he relaxes, his head turns to Chizuru. The sequence itself shows this. Do you still love me? Simple and direct. It works as a test of Kazuya's consistency and not as a romantic comeback. My guess, the next chapter is him taking a position of reaffirming the focus on July 11th, Chizuru, of course without directly talking about the date, but in a way imposing limits just like Chizuru did with Umi. There's only one thing I kind of like about this. Not completely. Like, there is a parallel between Chizuru and Umi. The thing I found interesting here is the element of controlling space and time, in particular controlling time. There's no space, right? The element of controlling time, and using time as you deem as you want to. This isn't a cute coincidence. It's agenda control. I don't know about that agenda control. Kazuya goes into high defense, forces lightness, but she is the one who set the pace. When he relaxes, his head turns to Chizuru. Well, no. When he starts dreaming, Kazuya has a tendency to be lost in his dreams. He didn't really relax. Like, remember, Kazuya was trying to focus here because he was completely out of focus. And the moment he starts looking at something, he couldn't help but think of Chizuru. It's not relaxing as it was so much just wanting to see what he wanted to see. That's literally what's happening. Kazuya wants to see what he wants to see. You think this is different. It's the same thing. You think this is something different. It's the same thing. However, the element of time is crucial here. Mami takes a picture of Kazuya's schedule, his time, to create more time with him. What did we talk about? The whole thing, right? Reiji references Steins Gate, a time travel story. And that's how July 11th was created, as a byproduct of a reference to Steins Gate, a time travel story. And now Mami sees Kazuya's time and wants to be more involved in his time. It's like this is an alternate universe. It's like we're in an alternate universe where things could have worked out with Mami. Could. This is where I introduce to you something very, very fascinating. A little piece of dialogue from Kazuya's own mouth. Oh, come on. Perhaps there is another timeline in which I'm still together with her, though that's not possible at this point. Huh. And then now, as that person said, Mami is controlling her time, Fate has seemingly created this perfect opportunity, and the timeline is set. She literally knows Kazuya's time, right? She literally knows Kazuya's schedule, and she is literally controlling time and trying to use it to get closer to him. Huh. Right? So Kazuya's timeline, right? Mami controls time and installs a lever in which she photographed Kazuya's timeline. I don't know why the strange choice of words here, you know. Mami also doesn't laugh mirror Kazuya's jokes. A lot of silence, but by Chizuru. Right, it mirrors Chizuru, yes. Multiple clicks on the timeline photo, intentional synchronized dates. The turning of the foot before the final question marks the emotional blow. Turning of the foot. You mean when she turns here? Right, she stays silent at first. And then she turns to face him. In particular, it's the reason Reiji shows the feet in particular to me isn't an emotional blow, it's sincerity. Look at how Kazuya and Mami face each other. Kazuya has his feet spread out and they're kind of like this, right? They're not fully facing her, right? One foot is facing Mami, one foot is facing away, right? Mami's feet both face Kazuya. Why is this relevant? I explained this before. It's literally the thing with Umi. It's literally identically the thing with Umi, because when Kazuya faces, or sorry, when Chizuru faces Umi, both of Chizuru's feet directly towards Umi. One foot towards Chizuru, one foot away. One foot towards Mami, one foot away. That's why Reiji shows the feet here. When Kazuya asks, notice how Mami slightly turns. Reiji does a little thing here where Mami slightly turns. You see her bangs like this. You see her ear kind of peeking out. Like you see her turning like this. And at first she wasn't sure, and then she turns and faces him completely, right? She doesn't just stop. And I love how you don't see her. You see her back. You feel her presence. She makes her presence feel felt. Her words emphasize her presence, right? The words here emphasize the background and her presence. It makes her stand out more. But you don't see her face, and that's why her face is in shadow. You don't actually see Mami's face. You don't know what the fuck the deal is. So to me, I like that element of the timelines, right? Kazuya's timeline, this isn't a cute coincidence, it's agenda control. Kazuya goes into high defense, forces lightness, but she's the one who, oh yeah, Kazuya does I don't know. Kazuya doesn't force lightness. He just tries to always be light. He's always been kind of like this, where I don't know if he's being defensive. He's just not asking the things he wants to. Right? Would you call what Kazuya is doing in this chapter being defensive? It just feels like he's just not asking what he wants to. I guess it is defensive if you think about it. I guess he is being defensive. He sits very far away from her. He doesn't talk about the thing he wants to talk about. He constantly makes jokes. So I guess he is being defensive, if you will. Fair enough. She's the one who sets the pace, and when he relaxes, his head turns to Chizuru. The sequence itself shows this. Do you still love me? Simple and direct. It works as if a test of Kazuya's consistency, not as a romantic comeback. My guess, the next chapter is going to take him a position and reaffirm the focus on July 11th. Right, so she synchronizes their days, literally aligning her timeline with his. Right, she knows they have a separate timeline, so she literally sets up a timeline for them to sync up. Weird. Yeah, so there's definitely an element of time at play here. Okay. I think that's it for today. I'm a little beat. I got to take a break. Let's see if there's anything else on here. Blah, blah, blah. Just say no. How funny he uses Back to the Future. Of all things, he uses Back to the Future. How fitting. I really, really dislike how Kazuya can't just act like a normal human being around women. Like, yes, she's there, she has a life too, and he just happens to bump into her in the same place, but everything girl around does mini. Miss Minnie is also fucking spazzing out with him. It's almost like there's actually a fucking traumatic issue around Mommy's character, and that's the reason Kazuya acts weird around her. It's almost like there's a narrative reason why Kazuya is being fucking weird around Mommy. And there's an entire set of baggage, if you will, as to why Kazuya acts weird around Mommy. It's literally like they have an entire fucking relationship, dude. Like, of course it's fucking weird. I wonder why Kazuya acts weird around Mommy and spazzes out all the time. It's almost like there's a fucking reason. We've been getting lucky with back-to-back chapters of development this past month. This being said, this chapter is interesting for a variety of different reasons. First, our boy Kazuya can't help himself overthink every situation. It was funny seeing him stress out about her being in the same class as him. I was worried especially when he was daydreaming about her, but I'm happy Reiji had him start daydreaming with driving about Chizuru to remind him he's not working on himself to begin. Why he's working on himself to begin with. As much as I want to believe that Mommy's conniving ways are over, I can't help but think this is just she has an ulterior motive. I mean, she does. She likes him. Her trying to see what Kazuya is driving his school schedule is only leads me to believe that she's planning to match her schedule to his, plus the question at the end of the chapter. For me, Mommy's motives can either be one of two things. Either she can't bear seeing Kazuya move on with his life and pursue a real relationship with Chizuru, hence why she's doing everything she can to rope him back into her orbit, or as a character, she's grown and matured to realize she really does have feelings for Kazuya, and this is to confirm to herself why she still has an opportunity to pursue him herself. I'm leaning a little more to number two. Number one doesn't really make too much sense to me, especially at this point. This is purely selfish. A lot of this is very purely selfish. It's Mommy's doing this for herself, not out of envy. A lot of this is for her, but a part of it is envy because the fuel of why she even does it is she turns to look at Kazuya when he's thinking of Chizuru. Overall, great chapter. I'm looking forward to this arc. All I ask is Kazuya to hold the line and remember his date with Kazuya is a month away. You mean Kazuya with Chizuru? Kids. Upon first reading the chapter, my cold reactions, let's face it clearly, Kazuya who does everything and not Mommy, he's the one who's a doll and he's there having been with his ex and being internally insecure by nature. Mommy does nothing, a chapter of mental blowjob. Okay, I'm not reading this. Literally, the moment I read mental blowjobs, I'm like, fuck out. Fuck off. It's so fucking stupid. Kazuya's hair would great like this, right? Yeah, Kazuya's hair like this would look great, but he has to keep it short. I like the way his haircut frames his forehead. Yeah, this shot is solid. This shot is genuinely solid. He actually looks good. He's still Kazuya. Makes him look smarter. Yes. I got a bigger brain, bro. He's got a bigger brain. Kazuya is silently looking at Mommy and saying things in his mind, how descriptive he is when he glances over. This is very interesting and funny that he can't keep his mind off towards Mommy, but in the other mind, he is thinking of Chizuru where the part there was a video about driving. That's where Kazuya gets his mind off of Mommy, but by thinking of Chizuru. Mommy glances back almost like she has the devilish plan or silent expression. It didn't feel devilish. It felt very innocent. Everything about Mommy in this chapter genuinely feels so innocent, but very confrontational. And that aligns perfectly with Chizuru, because Chizuru's entire actions are innocent. And where Kazuya had to choose preferred days, which means he would pick days best suited for him, Mommy wanted to take a picture. She wants to avoid my days so that she doesn't see me again. In my point of view, she could be taking a picture of her own days but completely avoid it. But Mommy has her devilish ways and probably, okay, blah, blah, blah. So there's at the end, Mommy asks if Kazuya still likes me, and so blah, 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 which is blah, 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 blah. I've been trying to put my finger on what feels off in this chapter, and I believe it's that Mommy has her walls down. She didn't smile once or bother to make small conversation. The overall vibe with her is somber and distant. Makes you wonder what's been going on in her life. Not saying we'll get a redemption arc, but I expect Mami... Thank you. Finally, someone noticed. Mami's walls are actually down. She's not smiling. She's not joking. She's not pretending. She's dead serious, right? And so because her walls are down, she doesn't act like Mami. Even Kazuya literally says it. Remember when we start reading the chapter? Kazuya literally says it. She's still acting like this, right? She's still acting not like herself. She's still acting like this. She's definitely acting strange. It's because she doesn't have walls. That's the Mami you've been interacting with up until this point is not the real Mami. This is the real her. Her walls are down. And she's adorable as shit because now you're seeing her most innocent and yet most serious self. It's not wrong to have an ulterior motive. He's not even off that. He's not even off the mark. Yeah, it's not necessarily... Well, okay. Ulterior motive implies a negative thing, but it's not necessarily a bad thing. Right. Everybody secretly kind of has like an intentional ulterior motive. It's just, you know, the fact that you say someone has an ulterior motive suddenly makes it bad. Mami's ulterior motive is that she likes Kazuya. That's kind of it. But it's not like she's not being direct about that. I bet she'd answer if he asked, right? Like if he asked, she'd probably tell him. So it's not so ulterior. She has a motive, but it's not so much ulterior as it is like, it's pretty fucking in your face. Like, it doesn't feel ulterior at all. Like you're seeing Mami is as blatant as you can fucking get. You just think she isn't because you've seen her so much in a very particular way. It's the same thing with Umi. Umi looks like a certain way. The entire interaction Chizuru has with Umi looks like a certain way to you, but it's pretty fucking straightforward. You just think it isn't, right? Mami is the same exact way. Umi himself isn't straightforward. Like Umi is not what we think he is. Mami is. Mami is literally like exactly as she fucking appears. She's just stupid in love. The only thing that's not clear is the thing she's hiding. Whereas Umi, his actions are not what they appear. Whereas what Chizuru is doing with Umi is very straightforward. Nope, not doing that. Not saying we'll get a redemption arc, but I expect Mami's character development. If she still has issues with her family and ropes him in for help, and Kazuya being Kazuya, I can't see a scenario where he turns her down. You can see how this will cause problems with Chizuru, even if his intentions are pure, assuming she finds out. Well, Chizuru is just going to be like, dude, she's trouble. Don't fucking hang out with her. Yeah, and isn't it interesting? Nobody points out Kazuya's hair. Everybody's yet to say anything about Kazuya's hair. Isn't that interesting? Mami did not say a word about his hair. Oh, yep, you just have different hair now. Isn't that weird? It's supposed to be this big change, and yet it didn't change anything for Mami. And yet I bet it will change a lot for Chizuru. The weirdness Kazuya mentions is because Mami is withdrawn and silent. It's totally out of character for her. And I think Mami is like that not only because of Kazuya, but because of her whole situation of having to date a guy she clearly doesn't like. Well, no. It's Kazuya, and Kazuya seeing sides of her she's not comfortable showing other people. Kazuya has been getting to see parts of Mami she hasn't shown other people. And that's weird for her. Right? The last time she saw Kazuya was literally that. The last time she saw Kazuya was literally that. And the last time they spoke, he hung up on her. So she doesn't know what to feel here. That's why Mami's initially kind of weirded out. She kind of just doesn't know what to fucking feel. The last time they talked, he just fucking hung up on her. And then after that, sorry, just before that, it was literally her hanging out with this dude she doesn't fucking like, and Kazuya got to see her, and she says, I didn't want to be seen like that. So to her, this is awkward initially. But then the fact that, like, you know, Kazuya is acting the way he is, it kind of motivates her. He's like, okay, I have an opportunity. I'm not going to waste it. Just like she's not wasting her time with the school. She's like actually committing to the time. So to me, it just genuinely feels like Mami is like facing these things. And this entire sequence is very similar to the sequence when she's walking away. And what I mean by that is chapter 343, which, by the way, come on. 343, we're in chapter 400, and they go into classroom 3. Fuck off. Right? Come on. Really? So 343, what happens? Mami starts walking away. Yeah, that's just wishful thinking, isn't it? All right, what did he say here? Mami-chan must have felt pretty awkward too. I mean, duh, we don't even talk anymore. It's not I know it's my fault and all, but do things really have to stay this way forever? Yeah, that's just wishful thinking, isn't it? After everything I put her through, I can't just ask for things to go back to normal. I'm truly sorry, Mami-chan. She stops, she turns, and she says, he's not my boyfriend. He's not my boyfriend. She doesn't fully face him, right? Did you notice that? Mommy doesn't fully face him when she says this, but she does look at him. And then she turns and walks away. There's something hidden here. It's cute, but there's something hidden here. And she walks away. Here, Mommy turns and faces him completely. Right? You literally saw Mommy's arc in Secret. You went from her facing him to lying. You went from her facing him but lying. You went from her to running into him and semi-facing him, and sharing her feelings, and then you went to her actually full on confronting Kazuya. It's like Mommy had an entire arc in the background, right? And she even called him. Isn't it interesting that Kazuya remembers the call he had with Mommy when he called Chizuru, right? A few chapters ago, Kazuya called Chizuru. And he just remembered a call with Mommy. Isn't that interesting? It's almost like maybe this was the question she was going to ask this entire time. Maybe this was the question she planned to ask the entire time. That's why she called. Right? Maybe that's exactly why she called. She was going to ask this question the entire time. And when you realize that, you're like, wait. Chizuru texted Umi to reject him. Kazuya gets a call from Umi in regards to the element of love. Kazuya then calls Chizuru in regards to love, to go on a date with her, and they talk about their feelings for each other. And then you remember the call Mommy gave Kazuya during the date about love. And then now Kazuya brings up the call, and suddenly Mommy says, "Do you still love me?" It's almost like the phones are directly connected to love. Every single call Kazuya has gotten in regards to this stuff, it's been directly connected to love. Well, shit. Great spot to end it. I'm cooked. I'm tired. I'm a little beat. I think this is a great spot to end it. I am kind of beat, fellas. So, let's see. I might write something on Twitter. I'll have to see. I need a little bit of a break. I'll stream tomorrow for sure. We'll probably have a decent amount of stuff to talk about next time, but I'm not sure what exactly. Well, we'll have to see. I think I'll have to organize some of my thoughts on Twitter, and then I can read what I wrote tomorrow. But yeah, this chapter's interesting. We actually spent like 5 hours talking about this chapter. I don't think in my other streams I spend this much time talking about chapters, right? I actually spent like the entire time talking about the fucking chapter. I don't think I've done that. Like, have we actually done that where I sat down and like talked about an entire chapter? Right? That's crazy. So yeah, there's a lot to cover this time. There's a lot to cover this time. This is a really interesting chapter. There's a lot of hidden details in plain sight. There's a lot of hidden details completely in plain sight. So yeah, maybe I'll use some time to actually edit this down. I wanted to edit down last week's video or last week's stream, but I ended up not doing it. So maybe this time I'll actually end up doing it, actually editing it down. Yeah. So I'm going to take like an hour out of myself. And then maybe around like 2-ish or 3-ish for me, I'll edit this video down and then I'll write some stuff on Twitter. If you guys enjoy this video, please subscribe, like button, and the bell icon. Keep up with the uploads. Consider supporting me on Patreon. I would greatly appreciate it. It would help me out a lot. What else? Consider joining our Discord because we have a free Discord and it's cool. Consider following me on Twitter where I talk about either recent events or I write long-ass threads talking about the current chapters. And of course, consider tuning in on Tuesdays and Wednesdays when I do streams for the chapters. Currently, I'm starting Tuesdays at 7 a.m. Pacific Standard Time because fucking daylight savings, I guess. And then Wednesdays, I tend to stream around like 12 or noon Pacific Standard Time, just because it's easier. I have a little more time to myself. Haha, time. So much time around these chapters. And yeah, I've been Fate, and remember, Let's mosey. I'm cooked. Oh, God. I keep saying I'm cooked. I kind of hate that I keep saying I'm cooked, but it's surprisingly an effective way to say you're tired. I am tired. I'm exhausted. And then, oh, yeah, subscribe to the Twitch. Subscribe to the Twitchy. Twitcheroo. Pepperoo. All right. See you later, fellas. See you tomorrow. I might upload today. And I might upload and I'll have some stuff on Twitter. So make sure to go check out the Twitter. Actually, wait. Before we end everything, I want to check Twitter real quick. I'm just gonna see if there's anything else that I missed. Okay. Comment from a Japanese reader. Just before I end, I'm gonna read some Japanese comments. Read the latest Rent-A-Girlfriend chapter. A chance encounter. Even after a makeover, she spots him instantly. The standoffish Mami-chan, but the one I picture is Chizuru. The photo shoot is on the calendar. The reason is one of the two options: a mysterious phone call and a bombshell question. It feels like the start of a new arc. Okay. What else have we got? Come back and check the schedule. You're the cutest ever. Ooh. I don't mind you either. Oh my God. What if Kazuya says, I don't like you, but I don't not like you? Oh God. What if he says Chizuru's line? I doubt it. I doubt it. That doesn't seem like Kazuya at all. But that would maybe Mami would say it. Maybe Mami would say it. I just think that line is connected somehow. Yeah. And I've made parallels between Mami and Umi a lot recently, so it just makes a lot of sense. Kazuya will be frank, I hope. I think that line will come back in some way, shape, or form, but we will see. We will get like a minute of Kazuya thinking about it for sure. Kazuya will definitely have like a minute, or like not a minute, like a chapter to like think about it carefully. I can see him saying like, I love Chizuru. All right. Cutie Patootie versus Locked In. Alrighty. I think I'm done. Playing Final Fantasy VII right now, climbing up to 59 flights of stairs. Ha! Oh my God, that shit's so funny. I fucking love that part of the game. It's even funnier in the remake. It's even funnier in the remake where you climb 100 floors and the characters are just like, oh, this is the worst. Kazuya, hell, fuck no. TFS Krillin voice. Ha! Fuck! Ha! Fuck no! I can't do my Krillin voice very well. I gotta practice. I've been watching TFS Krillin lately. It's funny. His name in Japanese is Krillin. Not Krillin, it's Krillin. They make him Krillin. No fucking way my game crashed on the 54th floor. Ha. Okay. Hey, oh, speaking of the devil, Final Fantasy fucking 7. Final Fantasy fucking 7. Okay. Good as spot as any to stop. I think we've covered plenty for now. I'm gonna go eat something, relax, maybe play a little 14. A little bit of Final Fantasy 14. And then I'll upload some stuff on Twitter and stuff on here. Okay, see you guys later. Take care. I'm in love with another cat bug. Yeah. And maybe he'll say I love Chizuru. I think I'll say I love Mizuhara or I'll love Chizuru or something like that. That seems like the proper resolution considering what he said in chapter 244. Or 344. Because remember, 344, like we were talking about this earlier. I think this is a great spot to stop. 344. This is 344. And this is how 344 ends. Right? Kazuya knows for sure he doesn't love Mami. I love you, Mizuhara. You should stream your gaming sessions. I like being comfortable. I like being comfortable. And I also don't have the setup very well here. So, because my PS5 is in my room and I don't want to move it here. I like keeping my workstation I like keeping my workstation separate from my gaming station. I just don't really want to. Maybe at some point in the future, but not right now. Not right now. But yeah, I love you, Mizuhara. Right? It makes a lot of sense. Like literally the chapter 344. We're in chapter 400. They went into room 4. It's their 4th encounter, I think, or their 3rd encounter. It makes too much sense. It aligns too well. So, yeah. Oh, you guys couldn't see that very clearly. Oh well, you get my point. You get my point. You understood. You knew what I was talking about. Gotta see the fake gaming setup sometime. Yeah, you guys saw what I was talking about, right? Close this. Close this. Huh. What happened? Oh, I closed the camera? Oh well. That's a sign. I'm done. That's a sign. I'm done. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.